Hindi lahat ng gwapo nag-aartista. Yung iba, DJ lang.
This is the mix of
The DJ Nux on the mix.
Mix Club.
What's up, everybody? Bubbas and Bubbettes. Bug Dude, my brother. This is a double dose. We're gonna have a special guest with us today. Giving him a second to hop up in here. What's up, Laura? How are you guys doing? Everybody doing all right tonight? We getting off to work? We heading home? Let me remove this image. Oh! Camera starting. Audio's going. How's everybody doing? Am I 5x5 with you guys? Good to see you guys again. Thanks, you guys, for coming by once again. Bug Dude, Laura, Joe Morgan, Bella, JH556. We've got the entire crew. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to get in trouble for this, but I'm sure all you guys, goes without saying, you all follow the Canadian Prepper. He put out a video recently talking about this, and I watched this video. And I think it's important that we watch this video that Vice News came out with recently. And this is in the public domain since their YouTube channel, I believe. And this is, but I definitely want to show you guys this because it's concerning how much hate is going on against our community, guys. And our other guests, they're going to be popping up on here in a minute. They taking care of some things. Dusty Data, my brother. If you want to pop up on here too, man, feel free. We're gonna have a couple of badasses on here in a second. So let me go ahead and show you guys this horse shit real quick. And this is in public domain.
Are you ready?
Yeah. We have a great show lined up for you.
Welcome Black.
We might have to cut this shit off halfway through the stream, unfortunately.
Welcome to something more.
In case this is not
and I'm here
anybody being able to use. In case this is outside of the public domain.
Author, publisher.
They had to add this crazy music.
Skywatch TV. He's a radio, TV personality. God's using you, Tom, in so many different ways. But I want to go back.
They're using the most insane people. But they're not even insane. They're speaking their truth. What they're insane to these other people because they think, oh, look, that's weird that they think something different than what I think and my values are better than theirs. Oh, we're going. And then they could add this music to the background.
Believer. And you died?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
That's like my friend, Mr. Brian.
When I woke up, I sat up in bed. I started to start writing down what I had seen.
I gotta check that one. I still ain't checked that one out yet. I gotta check out Bushcraft Family's video too.
Word. It said, Apophis, Apophis, Apophis. And I knew that NASA had named an asteroid Apophis, Apophis. And so my first mission, as soon as I got out of bed, went to my computer, turned it on, so I started doing Apophis research.
What in the hell?
Into the Apophis asteroid and the potential for
Comrade
it to
Radio
strike the
Prepper,
Earth
what's up,
in
brother?
just a bit over 9
I got the
years
link up there if
from
you want to
now.
bullshit.
Of all
Hop
dates,
up
by
on
the way,
here and
Friday the 13th.
talk with
April
us.
2029.
We'll have some other people on in a second. This is a video that they came up with.
So
The Vice
that's
News came
kinda
out. Even
scary
though Vice
stuff.
News has been having positive videos of preppers, Bear Independent and Pastor Joe
We've had
Fox.
hurricanes on the East Coast and droughts,
Look at the editing on
fires
this.
on the West Coast, all at the same time. Is this one of the ways we know we're in the last days?
Absolutely, Jim. You know, and then east of the Mississippi floods.
This
Right?
is kind of
Sinkholes
comedic,
are opening
though.
up everywhere. But the Lord
Wait, when
told
they
me,
add all this
Jim,
stuff.
2 weeks ago, He gave me a word. He said,
Paul, I want you to quit focusing on the timeline and focus on the sign line.
because just
Follow the sign. It'll lead you to the end of the time. Follow the sign. It'll lead you to the
What's
end
up,
of the
Stuart?
time.
but,
What's up,
the
Hutch?
earth is going to.
What's up?
We got something weird going on here. There we go. Have you seen that video yet?
Not that one, but that Jim Baker's here in Missouri. He's down in Branson. They
He's
just
a badass.
they just hit him with fraud charges for trying to say that zinc was a cure to COVID. So now
Oh,
he's looking at
really?
fraud charges.
He's a pastor.
Yeah, he's got like a little community down here to where it's like they sell like the bulk food and shit like that, and then like solar panels, and they have deals like that. They play it on the TV every morning. He's got a show for like 2 hours. The dude used to be a convict and shit back in the day, and his wife was some kind of whore, and they met in like Compton or some shit and found Jesus, and then moved to Branson to start their own little pretty much church community kind of thing.
His name is what again? Jim? What is it?
Jim Baker.
Wow, that sounds awesome. He sounds like the real deal. And they're coming out against this man because of like who sues him? Who's the person that's suing him?
I think it's the government. I think they got him with fraud charges.
Really, the government shouldn't be able to sue people.
Well, I don't know if it's suing him or what. You know what I mean?
No, I mean they can. I'm seeing that's messed up that they can do that shit.
Hold on, I'm trying to get my phone to change, but I keep going upside down and shit.
Nah, dude, find your comfort zone, dude. Take your time, dude.
Oh, I'm good either way. I just don't want to fuck everybody up in the chat.
They're probably like, that's a good looking space behind you. Speaking of safe spaces.
Hold on, I just lost myself. Oh, there we go. Why is this bitch not turning? I don't know if y'all can see. Yeah, I'm been putting in some work, man.
Yes, sir. You lucky dog. That's what's up.
That time of year.
Dude, it's like the whole feeling of this time of the year. It's like it feels like it's started getting a little bit better, even though it's getting cold. You know what I'm saying? We got it now. That's what's good, dude. I like that you have like a. That reminds me of somebody that's drying out tobacco, like old timey style.
Pretty much the exact same concept.
That's what's up.
Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me?
I heard you're fine. Does the chat hear it? Chat, you guys hear Hutch?
I'm froze like a motherfucker on screen here.
Really? You're not froze to me.
I'm not. On my side, I'm froze.
Everybody keeps on agreeing with everybody's saying like everybody's talking to like. Yeah, you're 5x5.
Right on. Well, on my side, it's messed up, so it's messing me up.
Damn it! I can feel that. I can feel that.
Oh, what the hell?
We can.
There we go. I am back. I hope. Maybe. There. You good? Boom.
Shakalaka. There it is. Susanna, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you.
There you go. Now I'll re-show you on the big screen.
Let me see. 1 second. 1 second. Oh, that's what's up.
Almost out of string room.
How do I? Yeah, that's what's good. That's what's good. Yeah, man, I can't wait till they have that where I'm at, man. That'll be so badass. We do have that kind of, but it's a Delta 8 and shit. Like, I could grow a bunch of Delta 8, but it's a whole nother process.
Yeah, it's not the same thing. It don't.
Yeah, and it's definitely not the same thing either, for sure.
I know this shit'll make you. It'll make you hate it because you get tired of looking at this fucking shit.
Once it becomes your life, huh? Once it becomes your job, kind of, that's, like, that'll make you be like, oh man, fuck, dude, I'm just weed. Oh shit. But you got other people.
I've been out here since like 6:30 this morning.
Taking care of them. You gotta take care of them babies, dude. You gotta take care of them, dude.
Yeah.
Well, dude, that is badass, though, man. You need to start making up you need to make a distillery, like a little distillery and shit. I know you don't drink, but a bunch of people do. I feel like you can make some badass liquor, like moonshine. I think you can make some badass rum. That'd be cool. So have that shit ready for that thing.
Oh, I've got that tincture that's been sitting for, this is the 3rd year now. And it's had, every year I put a brand new 2 ounces in it and swap it out. So.
What did you say it was?
Seagram 7 that's been sitting. It's had weed sitting in it for the last 3 years now.
Oh, damn it. Dude, I'm coming for sure, dude. Like, it'll probably be, the 4th greatest time of my life. Because I gotta put, you gotta put personal things ahead of that.
How dare you?
I know, man. But you're only behind the birth of my son and my.
Right.
Shit,
I'm trying to get it dialed in. I'd like to get it dialed in to where I could do like literally 1 shot equals pretty much smoking a joint to the face.
Dude, that'll be what's good. So is that what we'll do? It'll kind of get you. So it is bud infused. What's up, Stars Prepper? It is bud infused though. It'll get you. It'll get you high, right? We'll get you drunk still too.
It should.
Wow, you be getting cross-faded.
But it's like there's at least 4 different strains in there, so it's hard to tell what's going to hit you. You know what I mean?
Because you swap it out. You said once a year.
Yeah.
That's what's good. That's awesome. This is all shit you grown yourself, huh?
Yep.
That's dope. Did just to touch on it real quick though, what did you think about this shit? I saw what you saying in the chat a little bit, but I'd like to hear your words about it though, like about them acting like they're trying to point the military towards being, and I don't want to say sticking this too much, but them saying the military, because that's something that's been like tripping me out all day. Like they were saying the military is now infested with racist and shit, but they said being a patriot makes you a racist is the criteria.
It's pretty much the same, It's not really too surprising. You look, Democrats never wanted to, thank you for your service to the soldiers anyway. You know what I mean? The same people who are Democrats now that we hate, Schumer, Pelosi, all these stupid twats, they're the exact same people who were spitting on soldiers, calling them baby killers during Nam. You know what I mean?
I never thought about it like that.
I mean, it was bound to come back around, and they're trying to switch it to where if you disagree with the government, you're not a patriot, but that's not the way it's supposed to be. A patriot loves his country, not his fucking government. You know what I mean? So they're trying to, they're killing the language, and they're trying to, they're breaking everything down, and it's a clusterfuck, man.
Like off of it is. It's like off of 1984, dude. They're making it to where you cannot. you can't. You can only say it's like the whole LOL shit. You know, it's something that I find myself guilty of doing all the time. But it is, it's a dumbing down of the way we speak. Let me show you this real quick. Have you seen this, Hutch?
Hold on, I'm froze on my side again still.
Damn it.
Am I still moving on for you guys?
It's fine for me. Hey, good for you guys, chat?
Every once in a while I gotta spin the phone and shit to make me move again.
Center yourself, man. Do you do, man? They are. I feel like we're living in idiocracy. I wish that I could have streamed that movie the other day, but they shut my shit down.
I think if we hit idiocracy, we'd be lucky. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. We might. What do you think we're gonna? What do you think? What do you think we'd hit before idiocracy? Complete and total annihilation.
I'm thinking full blown dystopia. You know what I mean? Is the goal. I don't think there's going to be a halfway point.
Like control, slaves and masters type shit.
Pretty much, because you see the way they're doing it in Australia. You figure if they're playing the long game, they were counting on the children to be the next generation that they could easily be like, okay, there are global warming freaks and our anti-gun freaks.
Like Greta Thunberg.
Exactly. But all of a sudden, people are starting to rise up like, no, this shit ain't cool. And they weren't really expecting it. So now they're just kind of like, the only thing they can do is go full bore or back the fuck up. You know what I mean? At least in my opinion. That's how I see it. They missed out on their chance for that slow, gradual, that blending to where, nobody will ever notice it. Somebody accidentally kicked that stove on high heat. So it's not that slow boil. It's just boom, instant hot pot for the damn frog. You know what I mean?
It can never go back. It can never go back the same unless we do rise up. Klingon Princess was good. Yeah, it'll never be the same if we do, unless we. After all this night, we became patriotic after 9/11. Though everybody's talking about American flags and shit, and they were still patriotic whenever Obama was president. You know what I'm saying?
See, I look at things different. Like if you look at the way the news does the shit, like in Australia, it's wintertime right now, right? So they figure, wintertime, at least here in America, a lot of people aren't going to be out moving around doing a whole bunch of protesting and marching and shit when it's cold outside. So if they enact all these mandates, right at the start of winter, they think they're not going to have that much resistance because, nobody wants to go outside when it's fucking 8 degrees and marching. You know what I mean? So
Exactly.
They get away with a lot of shit for 2 or 3 months just because people can't be bothered by the weather. You know what I mean? I think that was a big part of their plan. If you look at it the same way it was last year, right at the start of winter, the same way it's going this year, right at the start of winter, I think I just heard something on the news. I want to say Supreme Court or some kind of court system just approved the mandatory mandates for having the vaccine. I think it's New York. So
I wouldn't be surprised.
If a school says the kids and the faculty have to have the shot, then now it is legally backed up that they have to.
Do you know about that cat skull? Can you tell us? You heard her? She lives in New York.
Yeah, I think it was New York that I heard.
Yeah, I heard they're trying to pass for the shot to be given to children that are 6 months or older now too.
Yeah, because you see, it's a lot of propaganda. Like I'm seeing a whole bunch of commercials since I'm pretty close to Arkansas. I'm seeing a lot of Arkansas commercials, and Missouri commercials where they got restaurant owners and shit like, "Hi, I'm Bill Dickety Doo, and I'm a veteran of this war, and I own this, and we need to get the vaccine. I think we need to get it."
What the hell?
Who the fuck are you? You're just a big deal. I don't give a fuck what war you served in. That's supposed to make me like, oh yeah, let me go out and do what this guy says.
Yeah, be like, oh yeah, he's a World War II veteran. I should go get the shot now, or I should go jump off of a bridge because he said I should.
Right? Like, get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Tripping. She said, New York City school 12-year-olds have to have it to participate in sports, so they can be playing no basketball, no football, baseball, soccer if they play that shit. Do you think they will do another shutdown for the winter?
Not everybody.
I don't think Tennessee would go down with that shit, man.
I think
because
it's not going to be like statewide things. It's going to be major cities where they know they can get away with it. L.A., New York, shit like that.
and they're gonna be taking all the money from fucking the working man's fucking taxes for the shit. What's good? Just
Hey, guys.
If you've seen,
but I would take the time off if given it.
right, the trend that's been over like the last year is Dusty, what's up?
What's up, man?
You noticed I just went full squirrel. Oh, like before last year, how many of us have ever even gave any kind of consideration to whatever town that was that burnt up in Minnesota? You know what I mean? What was that town? You know what I mean? It's like it's a big town, but it's not like a huge city that the whole country knows about. One of those kind of things. And that's happened to like a lot of little cities, you know, like less than 1 million people, somewhere around that range. And I think we're going to start seeing a lot more of that as some of these little fucking ghettoed out cities are going to start rising up to try to get that attention award since they see how much publicity they can get on a national scale. You know what I mean? So if you look at places like Baltimore and whatever the fuck that town in Minnesota was, you know.
Minneapolis?
No, it's where the George Floyd shit, where they burnt that fucking town down.
That's
Kyle
Minneapolis. Oh, are you talking about
the little suburb there? But you know what I'm saying, the little small.
They'll be going
city.
after small stuff, like how whenever that Kyle Rittenhouse stuff went down.
Yeah.
Kenosha's
Yeah, Kenosha.
okay.
Yeah,
I was
so
watching that shit live. I was like, what?
Yeah, a lot of these small cities are trying to step up and get the glory and the name recognition nationwide. So I'm thinking we're going to start seeing a lot more of that, like Little Rock, you know, St. Louis, you know what I'm saying?
For that, I see. I feel what's the close big city to me? I'm trying to think. It's probably like the closest big city to me is probably like 80 miles away or something like that. And I think it's probably got like 200,000 or 300,000 people that live there or some shit. Wow. That's pretty decent.
Yeah, Kansas City proper's only got 500,000 people.
Yeah, but like some of these places, like whenever some of these places will have like 5 or 6 million people, like New York City or some shit, dude. But whenever I went through there, dude, from New York or from Pennsylvania to New York, dudes, it was like one city, one continuous city. It felt like from I guess it was Pittsburgh or some shit, or I don't know exact. I got my geography messed up, but it was like one gigantic city just kept on going, dude.
You do realize I've been to just about every major city there is, right? LA, Seattle, New York.
Which one was the craziest one for you, Dusty? Because I know you was in the truck and you was the 18-wheeler, right? Or was your driver?
Yeah. I would say I didn't have really that hard of a time other than being in traffic in New York.
That's
you know, going across the bridge there, the Washington Bridge, LA traffic, man, hours upon hours of being stuck. You're talking about just. It was screwing with your mind because people would just get violent over just the littlest thing. I want to get home and I'm willing to kill you to get home.
Wow.
I've been in Compton before. I used to do lows down in Compton and stuff, you know?
Well, my buddy's grandma, she was born in Compton back before it became a bad place and shit. And she was born there in like 1948, but then they all moved out and shit. And like,
you seen them pictures of George W. as a kid in Compton? They used to live in Compton back in the
really day. It used to be like a rich, like a suburb, huh? Like a rich, like a subdivision. Wow. Let me see that real quick. Hey, have you guys seen this commercial? Oh, what's up, Bubba?
I've been to Detroit too, man. So that's a fallen city right there. I consider that a fallen city.
I heard that they got signs where they say don't call 911 because they can't help you. Like, don't go into this neighborhood if you're looking, or some shit. It's asking for trouble, dude.
They got private security instead of cops. You want security, you got to pay for it.
Wow. No, Hutch, the craziest city to you is what? St. Louis, you said? That's a crazy ass city?
So yeah, St. Louis is all like. See, I'm kind of biased because I'm a Kansas City boy, so I'm naturally like fuck St. Louis. You know what I mean?
Kansas City is like more hood or some shit.
No, Kansas City is a great fucking town. There's like, it's Kansas City's the shit. There's really not a whole lot I can say about it other than the mayor and shit now. But like Kansas City itself, the whole feel, you know what I mean? It's friendly. There's shit to do. You know what I mean? It's a small town, big city. You know what I mean? It's still got some wholesome factors to it. But you go to St. Louis, you're automatically, as soon as you touch city limits, somebody's throwing heroin at you. You know what I mean?
Okay, so St. Louis is the shithole. Okay.
Yeah, St. Louis fucking sucks.
Yeah, you know what I noticed about St. Louis, man? People are nuts. I've had people back up down the interstate right in the middle of the city, man. Just back up. Oh, that's my exit.
Wow.
I've seen people drive over the hill at the fucking arch to get to the shortcut down by the fucking water.
I've seen the arch from the bridges. I've never been down to it to see it.
It's not worth it. It is not worth it. It's
Can you still go up in it?
Yeah. I took the elevator, me and my two brothers, we took the elevator up, and it's basically you go up a couple feet and then you kind of kick over, and then you go up a couple feet and you kind of kick over. So it's kind of like a real slow roller coaster. But then once you get up there, you've only got windows that are only like 6 inches by 10 inches wide or some shit like that. So, and you can feel it sway. It's just, it is overrated like a motherfucker.
Hey, since you got your stuff hanging out there to dry, man, did you hear what happened to Dee's? Dee's went down to, I guess, harvest or to go check on his stuff, and the river was taking it or something. It was raining real bad. He had mud all in it. He said he had to wash it all out.
That sucks.
Oh, no, right?
There is a trick, though. I've tried it with a few to where if you get your fresh weed and you literally like soak it overnight in water, at least a good 10, 12 hours, and then let it dry after that, whenever you smoke it, you can't smell it. It looks ugly as shit. You take away your bag appeal, but it takes away the smell too.
Right. I was picking on him, telling him, man, you're gonna put that in a bag or something, and somebody's gonna go, man, there's rocks in here.
Right. Smoking sand and shit.
He had a nice little clothes hanger full of buds on there, man. I was like, yeah, at least you got that out of it, 'Cause he said they were all pushed over. There's nothing he could do. He had to harvest it right then.
Yeah, I've been in a. Usually every year. This year wasn't that bad. I've only had one branch that broke. I should be waiting about 2 more weeks to do this, but I'm already looking at pounds, and I'm not even halfway through one plant yet. So I got no room to put all this shit, so I got to do it now. Good times.
Yeah. Looks nice.
It's not too shabby. Smells like straight skunk ass in here. I got some nice ones. Hold on. No. This is about what I'm averaging here, somewhere around this. This probably just this stick alone is probably an ounce change.
Yeah, look at that pretty one right there. Oh yeah,
thing's got some weight to them. Oh yeah,
heck yeah, that's pretty, man. So the water doesn't affect the crystals on it, and
not so much because they kind of cling on there. I mean, you'll wash some away, but you won't get them all because it's more sticky. You pretty much need the alcohol to dissolve them to get them off the plant. But, you'll lose some, but not all of them.
Right. Well, I was trying DAP last night, man. The first time I tried DAP, it actually gave me a headache because I think it was just too strong, and I just took too big of a hit.
Right.
And I'm like, what's the appeal of this crap, man? Because I'm just sitting there, can't breathe, just choking. And then it gave me a headache. This time I just tried a little bit of it. And it
You're talking about the wax?
Yeah. I had what they call like crumbs.
Yeah. Yeah, that if I can't do these things. These things give me a freaking headache like a son of a bitch, and I'll go through a carton a day. You know, it's
Not the same, huh?
yeah. I'm old school.
Right? Put it in a paper, put it in a bowl.
Exactly. I'm trying to make I need to make myself a little hot box that's big enough for me, the dog, and the cats. That way we can just sit in there for about 2 hours and chill.
Yeah.
It's like I got the boys' cabin, but I'd have to kick him out for 2 days just so it could air out. You know what I mean?
Don't be hating on carts and bags.
We used to have a box that we would put like we had this kitten and shit that we had. We put this cat. It grew up to be a cat, but we did its whole life. We put it in this box, and we had this little thing, this little toilet paper, not toilet, but you know this paper towel thing and shit. We put in there. We just blow smoke into this fucking box. They had, and it was just so chill. It was always chill, dude. It never went crazy. But I wouldn't do that to a cat like that was an adult cat that wasn't used to it.
My wife had a Rottweiler that would sniff people out and shit. You know what I mean? She'd be like, check them or some shit like that, and they'd go over and sniff pockets. If that dog smelled weed, man, he was on your lap and you were his best friend. It's like, you better pull that shit
They
out.
love it, man. They love the smell of it, man. They love the sensation, dude.
Well, I don't know if it's wrong or not, but my cat has seizures every day. And he's really, really old. I mean, we adopted him 11 years ago, and he was already a year old. And he got bit by a spider when he was a kitten, and he lost his back 2 paws. So he's got one little nub, and the other one has no toes on it. But every day he has seizures. So I try to, hey, you want some?
Right. Hey, if you want to see the funniest shit in the world, look up dogs or animals on mushrooms, and you'll see, like, because dogs and like domestic animals and squirrels and shit will physically seek that shit out and sit there and take mushrooms. It's fucking hilarious. I'm just saying, hours of entertainment.
Well, he probably said, I had a nice life. Let's try this shit.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know if it's wrong or right to give it to my cat. I just know that when people have seizures and stuff, it doesn't hurt them.
No, it helps them out, dude. Like, it's good. I mean, exactly. Like, we're not veterinarians, but I think it does help them out.
I like to think it does.
I only do it to piss
exactly.
people off.
It helps people out. So,
fuck PETA. My cat gets high.
this is this dog lives on a farm and discovered some mushrooms and some cow shit, or cow patties is technical term. I apologize.
Poop mouth.
I wonder what he's seeing.
Right,
dude. Yeah, he's on something though. Like he's definitely not normal.
Those are the only things that make me want like an animal translator, because that would be good shit.
Like, what's on your mind?
Hey, Susanna.
Oh, Patricia Scoobish, I forgot to say hello to you as well.
What's up?
She had seen a lot of dogs, I guess, eat mushrooms and shit and wild plants. Like, they can trip off of stuff that couldn't make us trip.
Yeah, see, everybody makes a big deal about that shit, but animals naturally go and look for it. Monkeys get drunk, insects get drunk. You know what I mean?
She can't even walk.
Yeah, that's weird that it would affect her motor skills. Or boy or girl.
Yeah, it's just kind of just stumbling. But then this is her the next day.
Unless it's walking on a cliff. You know what I mean? It thinks it's floating and shit.
Well, that's an awesome house and land that those people have there.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you, I did mushrooms, man. When I did mushrooms, I was working with like a tree service people, and we were doing it on the side. And for
you doing it at work?
Yeah. I traded a bag, and then the girl actually went in there and made me for a pound of mushrooms. She made me 7 of those solo cups of Kool-Aid.
Damn.
And I sit there and I was talking to somebody. He had a burly beard, and as I turned away, they said I got quiet for a couple hours, and the guy left. And when I looked back, I swear the guy was there. and he just melted into the couch. As I turned, he just melted into the couch. Like, oh my god! I've never had a bad trip though.
I've had a bad trip on acid, but I've never had a bad trip on mushrooms. I haven't tripped in years though, but I've had a horrible trip on acid. And that's the last time I tripped.
There's no such thing as a bad trip. It's a learning experience.
Exactly, because it was telling me, it was like, this is, you've had enough. You're 25. You've been tripping since you were 20. You know this. That's enough time. Tammy C, North Carolina girl. What's up, y'all? But yeah, I think that everybody should trip on mushrooms at least once in their life, dude. You know, because you're not gonna overdose, and you know, and it's not gonna make you want to jump out of a window and shit. People think it's gonna make you just go insane. People think, I mean, some people it might though. I mean, if you're somebody that's already, you know, has to take psychotic medicine and shit like that, or some, you know, who knows?
They've got those videos to where they've got autistic kids. They've got people with epilepsy. People who have been diagnosed schizophrenic and shit all take mushrooms. Like, it's all over the YouTubes where they show these people taking mushrooms to see what it would affect them, and it actually improves a lot of people.
See, and I feel like it improved me. I rewired my DNA, dude. Like, it rewired my way of thinking.
Yeah,
like where before. Like kind of like a wake-up call a little bit, maybe, or yeah. See, I mean, because I realized I was like, man, I'm worrying about too much shit that I don't need to be worrying about.
I think it made me more self-aware. You know, more. It opened up my conscience. You know, my subconscious and my conscience, and it just made me more self-aware.
Yeah, because you figure that's all that a bad trip, like the demons in a bad trip, that's all that is your conscience saying, hey, this is fucked up inside of you. You know what I mean? Face it and deal with it. That's literally all it is.
It is. It's something that it'll make it it'll really make you realize, it'll make you come to terms with yourself too. It'll make you accept things. It'll make you be like, man, this is the way it is. That's who I am. There ain't no way changing it, dude. Nobody's gonna change it. It's me. But yeah, have you guys ever tried DMT before in y'all's lives?
I haven't.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
It's nothing like it's natural. It's like it's what they say whenever you and I'm not saying that I'm not saying anybody should try anything. All right, I'm not saying anybody should do anything.
Drugs are bad and good.
Okay, but it's called dimethyltryptamine, and it's in all plants and all animals. It exists in your pineal gland. It's inside of your head, right? And then whenever you dream, it's what produces your dreams. And whenever people say, whenever you die, it's what produces these near-death experiences sometimes for people. And but this
DMT is tree bark from South America, right? Pretty much.
Yes, but it exists inside of our brains too. It's in your pineal glands too. But the stuff that you can smoke and shit is in tree bark, and yeah. There's also, I'm not gonna but it's in more things than you'd think. It's in all kinds of plants that grow on the side of the shit.
And that's the thing with the subconscious. You know, you're like, if you're dwelling on something and you can't figure something out, and you took it a step back and you did something like mushroom, it actually gives you more thoughts toward it. Gets you really deep in it. It gets you really deep. You know,
if you go down the rabbit hole and you even look at the fluoride thing, you know what I mean? How everybody says they use fluoride to pacify people and all that shit. That's all it does is calcify your pineal gland.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
So you can't have
pretty much the access to the rest of your brain, and mushrooms and psychedelics pretty much just get past that deal.
That's why I think
that's how they keep you docile. That's why mushrooms are illegal. It's because they know if everybody took it, they'd open up them sections of their brains and they wouldn't need everybody else because they'd have a different understanding.
Boom. Dude, you hit the nail on the head, man. Yeah, because like and these guys, a lot of these it's crazy. I think a lot of these ex-presidents, like Obama, Bush, like they're documented for their alcohol and cocaine use and shit like that. But do you think that they tripped on any drug? I think Obama definitely. Growing up in the 70s, he was
Obama was banging white chicks and fucking doing all kinds of fucking shit. I wouldn't be surprised if Obama was a meth head for real.
Listening to Earth, Wind, and Fire, dude.
He's running around with all these hairy armpitted hippie chicks and shit back in the 60s and 70s and shit when he was young. Yeah, they did some shit. They all did some shit.
Yeah, I think that his life growing up was definitely a weird, we're not a traditional one. But
well, I'm near Gainesville, you know, so that's a college campus. So that's where everything's going to be experimented anyway. You know, that's where we get our best stuff.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it comes to that's what these young people, man, they be getting. But the whenever I had smoked DMT, this was years ago, and I'm not advocating for it, and this is not a reflection of who I am today, but it did change my life in its own way. But dude, I remember I was looking at, it was like some light energy beings were trying to talk to me, trying to be like, hey, come on. And I was taught, and I was saying, this is one of 2 times that I have actually been like, oh my, like seeing some things and talking to some shit, you know, only 2, and that's not been on nothing else but DMT. Another thing is called salvia. You used to be able to buy it online. It's another plant. All right. You'll be doing like, you forget that you even smoked this shit. You forget you exist. Who are you? What is Pilgrim? What is Dusty Data? Who is Hutch? It doesn't even exist no more. But this Deemster though, man, it was way more pleasant though. Like, but I told these energy beings, I said, oh man, no, I wish I could join you guys, but who knows what could happen? What if somebody tried to come and like talk to me or call my phone or knock on the door? I'd have to leave.
I couldn't talk on it. I made a video. My cousin filmed me on it.
Oh yeah, I have. No, on that salvia. No, I could not talk on that salvia whatsoever. No. But and with this DMT though, I felt like I was like, but I wasn't. I was just sitting there like this. But all this conversation was just going. It was intense. But that salvia, man, I felt like I'd become a part of the floor. Dudes, I felt like I was like, oh man, you can become an inanimate object if you're a bad person and shit. Like, and it was the most insane thing. I remember I had hit in this, I said this, and the next thing you know, it was like everything had lost its color and went black and white, and then it just all went to a spiral like a toilet flush, and dude, it was like off of Pac-Man, the ghost and shit. My head was like this on the floor. Just like smacking like and then dude, next thing you know, we all wore a cleat like on a softball player shoe and shit, like, and we were all spikes on this softball player shoe, dude, and every time she'd be running, we'd all be going to the ground, and all of the spikes would go into the dirt, and every time we'd go in the dirt, we'd be But I watched the video, dudes. Every time in that pain I was feeling, it was because I kept on pinching myself. But dude, I wish I had that video.
That's where we need psychiatrists and things like that to actually take a deeper look at this, because that's what the Native Americans used the mescaline for, you know, is to answer questions that they couldn't think of at the time. So they take the mescaline, they go into the sweat lodge, and they reach deep inside to find you already have the answers. You already know the answers, you know, but you got to get really deep with it, you know.
They had people that can decipher these dreams, people that can kind of give meaning to what you see and shit. And see, that would be cool. Like like a shaman.
They've already decriminalized possession of mushrooms in city limits of Denver and London and some college here in America has been studying the effects of microdosing and doing all that other shit, like here, like in the last couple years, months, you know, days. So I'd say within 5 years, we'll be doing live, and instead of doing mushrooms, or instead of trimming weed, I'll be fucking trimming mushrooms and shit. Like, look, it's legal, y'all. It ain't gonna take long.
And I don't think it should be illegal, dude. They shouldn't be, dude. Like,
I'll be honest, man. I've been to the reservation, and they will mess with you. Oh yeah. So don't. Just,
are you from North Carolina, Dusty?
No, I've been to the reservation. The reservation I go to is in Mississippi.
Okay.
So is that Seminole? That's not Seminole, is it?
Are you Cherokee? Are you Choctaw?
Yeah.
That's what's up.
But they will mess with you, man. They will mess with you hard.
Man, what was it because they don't like that kind of stuff, or they don't want that on the res or something?
No, to be honest, that people like to fuck with each other. People are people. They just like to fuck with each other.
I know someday the dream vacation would be if I could get like 10 other solid creators that had fucking bikes, take a road trip down to New Mexico or Old Mexico and just fucking sit out in the middle of the damn desert doing peyote buttons and shit all day long.
Dude, that's badass. You called it Old Mexico, first of all. Yeah, and then I want to get a bike now just because you said that thing, dude.
Danny wanted me to
1200.
Danny wanted me to tell y'all the story about. I had a friend with me, and he was from New York, blonde hair, whitest guy you know. And I took him to the reservation with me, and they were doing a funeral ceremony down the road where they used the drums. So he's like, "What is that?" And I was like, "Man, they're looking for you. They found out there's a white guy in the neighborhood, so go hide in the closet." And I forgot all about him being in there. I started smoking. Man,
that's fucked up.
Like 6 hours later, I'm like, "Oh man, I got to go get him. He's still in the closet."
Huh? That's fucked up.
I'm telling you, they love to fuck with people, man. I got on board with it. You know?
That's why my wife always gets mad at me. He's like, "I'm not gonna smoke because you're gonna fuck with me." I'm like, I'm a hippie. I don't like people, doing the woo, all that bullshit. I'm like, that's not me. I'm gonna let you enjoy it. When you're coming down, I'll fuck with you, but when you're riding it, you're good. Yeah.
But people like us at this point, we be smoking, and it's just like we're good. It's not like it's nothing like. So if somebody's doing some shit like this, you're just kind of like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Like,
we had a dude at a house party once. There's probably a good 30 or 40 people in a little small ass ghetto ass apartment and shit, right? He goes upstairs, disappears for like an hour or two. All of a sudden, people are screaming and shit. He's butt naked on the stairs, masturbating and shit, and just losing his fucking mind. Like, first time he ever took some, I guess he took like a half ounce at one time. It was just gone.
What was he on, mushrooms or what do you say?
He said he was just on mushrooms, but I think he was hitting that wet. But man,
he had to have been, dude.
Lost
some
shit.
sherm, baby. Somebody getting Debo's pigeon coop.
Somebody literally carried him outside, and he did not even remember what happened until the next day. I was like, "You want some other shit right now, man?" That's what scared me away from mushrooms for so long. Really, I was like, "This motherfucker's crazy."
I was howling at the moon, dude. They said I was standing on the wood pile of the trees we cut down that day, and I was on top of that wood pile that night. And it was a beautiful night, nice and crisp, big full moon. And I was just happened to be on top of that wood just and I just felt so good. I didn't have any problems. I don't have any. I wasn't being a bad person in life.
Right? Just like if anybody's ever got the giggles from smoking weed, imagine the giggliest you've ever been in your life and times that by 20 with like literally no explanation. But like the wind just blew that piece of grass. It's like, oh my God, that's the coolest fucking thing in the world.
You just gave it up. You giggle all the time, don't you?
Like,
that's why they call that shit tripping, dude. That's why they call it tripping, because you're just sitting there just constantly on the same thing for at least 30 minutes and you move on to the next thing. You get stuck in a room. That's why it's good to be outside.
Oh, yeah, you got to be outside.
But because if you're in a room, you get stuck in that room.
They say, though, you're supposed to be in, like, lock yourself in a room, pitch black, no noise, no nothing, and just fucking deal with it. I'm not there yet. I don't want to do that yet.
Yeah, me neither. I'd have to be a millionaire before I get to that point or some shit. Like, be really comfortable, like, know everything. Like,
trust. Always got to have that trust with somebody that's got your back for sure, because they're going to have to bail you out if you do something crazy. Or hold you down.
You got to have
I'm not worried about doing nothing. What I worry about more is, like, Because, you know, there's I don't know if this story is true or not. I think it's bullshit, but I still think it's a good story. JFK had tried smoking weed before back in the day. Was one because you know how he used to have affairs with his aides like Mimi Beardsley and all these other secretaries and stuff. You know, he was a womanizer like many of the dudes of his time were.
Oh, he was taking fat bumps off Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah, dude.
You know he was.
And that's why she's no longer with us too. But so the story says he was smoking a joint in the White House, and he said, "Oh, could you imagine if the Russians attacked right now? Like, what would happen? We would be doomed. I wouldn't be able to do nothing." And to me that story, but now I'm sitting here thinking like, nice, like, nah, JFK, that's because he wasn't used to smoking, Bubba. If you would,
it's like I've got so many neighbors, you know what I mean, that I talk to. I'm like, hey, do you smoke? They're like, oh, I smoked once back in high school, and I was freaking out in the bed of my pickup truck or something. I was like, well, you smoked the wrong fucking strain, bro.
Exactly. I loved it the first time I smoked, dude. I was like, oh man, this is fucking awesome. It was so funny. Me and my buddies were laughing our asses off, dude. Like I've never laughed like that smoking weed again, dude. We were laughing our asses off, dude. We were giggling. I kept on trying to be like, I had an egg, and I kept on trying to be like, guys. And I was like, this is your mind on drugs. But I did it before I got the chance to say that. My one friend grabbed the egg from me, and he was like, this is your mind on drugs, and smashed the egg in my face.
See, that's why I get paranoid, because like I can only do shrooms certain times of the year, because like if I got shit growing, then I won't do it. Because if somebody tries to rob me or, you know, somebody pulls up, I've got to be lucid enough to explain or defend my shit. You know what I mean? Because if I'm sitting here in the hammock and I'm tripping balls, and if somebody shows up, like a cop or a fucking neighbor, I'm like, is that, you know, I don't like people showing up when I'm sober.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Like, is this real? You know, how do I react to this situation by surprise? You know what I mean? So it's
Right.
literally setting is everything.
That's why I like my property. I lock it down, man. I lock my gates. You can't get in. I got a security camera. I can see all the front gates I got, the backyard. When I'm locked down, that's when I'm comfortable. I can lock myself in. And I got privacy fences and stuff, so you cannot see me in the backyard. I've got it angled so I can wander through my backyard and you won't even see me go all the way to the back.
You got some badass dogs too, don't you? With those German Shepherds?
Oh, yeah. That's my girl's, man.
Yeah, I saw them. That's pretty sweet. I'm gonna try to get my dog back again soon too. I'm kind of in a new situation. I'm in a little different situation myself right now, but you know, we do what we can. But
yeah, just concentrate on your goals, man. Concentrate on your goals.
Man, that's it, man. I'm just, but yeah, dudes. Can I ask you guys about that real quick, about y'all's first time ever smoking, and then we'll move on to a new topic?
40 years ago, man, I said when I was in middle school, I'm like, I would never smoke cigarettes. I'm never going to do drugs. People who do marijuana, I'll never do that. And that was,
I was the opposite.
And then when I did it, I'm like, what the hell was I thinking? And it was on from I think I started when I was 15. About 15.
That's about the age for me too.
I could get it in school.
So we could not find bud back in the day. Whenever me and my friends were, what's up, Stuart? We could not find anything. Like we would smoke tea and oregano and nutmeg and shit. We'd be drinking nutmeg and we'd be eating Dramamine and going to we'd be buying shit from Walmart and shit. Like we'd be like, it was never nothing like. Yeah, Dramamine is the motion sickness medicine. I don't want to get in trouble for saying nothing about that shit. If there's any kids listening to this, they shouldn't be listening to it. But but yeah, that yeah, me and my buddies were just, you know, it makes me kind of sad thinking about the times me and the buddies used to have together. What about you, Hutch?
I think I was 13. I just moved to my dad's house in the city, and some little trailer park kid took me to Lakeside Speedway outside of Kansas City, a little dirt track kind of thing, and busted out a joint and shit. It wasn't nothing spectacular and shit, you know what I mean? Because after that, it was a good 6-8 months or so before I started smoking again. But by that time, I was running the streets and shit. Already dropped out of school.
Yeah, you was up in them streets. I remember you talked about this before. Yeah, man.
I was a good kid, man. I was like polite. You know what I mean? Fucking, I wasn't
like respectful and shit.
Yeah, I was just that quiet kid and shit. You know what I mean? But then I got free cased. The principal walked into the bathroom and shit after school one day. I'm washing my hands. Some other kids are in a stall fucking popping pills and shit. Like, to this day, I don't know a damn thing about pills. You know what I mean?
Wow.
But I got free cased with them because, like, oh, you were in the bathroom while they were doing pills, so they suspended me for 2 weeks. And I was like, you know what? Fuck you, school. I'm out. You know what I mean?
And I agree with that, man. I don't do pills either, man. I don't know what they are. And every time Danny growing up, she had a tooth problem. Like, they pulled one of her back molars, and they tried to give her like Oxycontin and shit like that.
That hillbilly.
The Lortabs. The strongest one. Yeah. And I was like, I did not want her to take it when she was in high school. I was like, these are opioids, man.
Yeah.
This it actually has adverse effects on your body, like your kidneys. You know?
Yeah, that's why I think it's not good to start smoking weed until you're at least 21. I started smoking when I was about 15, but I think you should be at least 21. You know, because that's when you gotta give that mind time to develop. And I believe 21 is a good age for. I think 21 should be the universal age.
You can't really
for
say
everything.
that though, because I'm not riding my own nuts or anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm not stupid, and I've been smoking like forever. So it's not you. The people who represent the stereotypes of the drugs are what the image is, and it's bullshit. You know
It's
what I
like
mean?
the dude. You ever seen the movie Dazed and Confused before? Matthew McConaughey and all. It's like the dude's like, "Catch you later, man." And it's like kind of like that dude off there, like Shaggy kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I can honestly say it works for people. Some people. I don't think we're all created equally.
Exactly.
You know, I think some people have that neurological problem, but that could be a social society type deal here where we're being implemented with a lot of imageries and stuff like that. This technology and the things we're going through in time never happened in history. So we're living the learning experience right now. And I think the adverse effects is what we're seeing. Like with that lady screaming when Trump won.
Oh yeah.
Freaking brainwashed or something. And she was being,
like, what was the reality? Exactly, dude. Like, what made that? But you got to think though, people was tripping when Obama became president. A couple of people. I remember I was like 14, 15. I was tripping. I was thinking, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I was like, oh man, there you go. All white people are dead now.
My grandma literally disowned my dad. She cut him out of the will, everything. Like my family, my dad's side of the family is party line Democrat no matter what. No, without fucking question. You know what I mean? As soon as my grandma found out that my dad voted for Obama, she literally wrote him out of the will, didn't talk to him for 3 fucking years. I was like, God damn, that's drastic.
People, that's why people get they get brainwashed by these politics where they're turned against their own blood. You know what I'm saying? Like though like in the Civil War when that happened, you know, you had cases of fathers and sons, uncles and nephews, cousins fighting against each other, brothers. But they'd meet on the battlefield and shit, you know, and they would just try not to shoot each other, you know, and they just try to shoot at other people.
I come from a different family. I'd gladly shoot my brother in the fucking ass.
Dude, I'd say the same thing about my brother too, dude.
I'm from that type of family. My uncle and my grandfather used to shoot at each other with little 22s when they got mad. They would go outside and start shooting at each other. They weren't trying to kill each other. They were trying to hurt them.
Right. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, man. That's because people used to be more badass, dude. You know, that's probably back, what, like in the 70s, the 60s and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's whenever my grandfather and shit, like, roamed
I don't
around.
believe the blood makes you family, though. I've never been subscribed to that whole situation. Like, oh, we've got to stick together because we're family, bitch. Fuck
I
you.
feel that. I don't feel any closeness to my
Right?
dad. Like,
It's like I haven't talked to my mom in probably 13 years. You know what I mean? And it's everybody's like, oh, why? I was like, just because I fell out of her uterus doesn't mean we like each other. You know what I mean? It's real world, not, you know what I'm saying? That family don't mean shit. It's just because there's a connection doesn't mean it means shit. You know what I mean?
Well, I can appreciate that. And I'm under the opposite of that because my family is small and we live long. Like my grandma, she's in her 90s. My other grandma was in her 90s before she passed away. I'm one of my sister and I, we don't have any more kids in our family. There's two on my aunt's side. My uncles don't even have kids. Never had them, and they're in their one is in his 70s, and the other one's in.
It's never too late for a man to have kids, though.
It is for my uncle. He's a truck driver, so he's room.
There's a dude. There's a dude who's alive still, whose grandfather was the third president of the U.S. Dude, because the third president of the U.S. was 83 when he had his son. Then that dude was 88 when he had this guy. And now this guy's like 75.
I seen something like that. A video popped up on my feed. Yeah,
that's crazy, dude, isn't it? Like,
crazy if you think about it. Like, if you look back, it's literally the start of this country could literally only be 3 generations old. You know what I mean? We're only 250 years old. That's 3 generations.
That's
crazy,
nothing, dude.
Which might make sense in the grand scheme of things. Why you hear a lot of this. The crazy politicians saying that, like Joe Biden saying, he said, I've been in Congress for 130 something years.
Civil War veteran.
It would actually make sense. But that's that weird way of thinking. It's like the new math and the new educational system. It don't make no sense to us.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's insane. Pilgrim, I came across a thing the other day. And it was a guy talking about free thinking. How we're not catching on. If masks are so mandated, why aren't we mandated to dispose of these masks in a biohazard container?
Right.
Why are we going to a receptionist's office, you get a pen, and you hand them that same pen? They're not afraid to touch your money, but they're afraid to breathe the same air. You know? And it was this guy was sitting there just laying it online to how it is hypocrisy. And it's a weird hypocrisy that everybody bought into. And I thought you might be interested. The guy who was on Facebook, I have to look up and see.
What is that? Give me that real quick so I can, please, so I can.
Well, I downloaded the video because I wanted to keep it.
I have a Facebook account that's for my that's for the channel. It's called Pilgrim Jones. So you could send me some shit on there.
I think
if it is from Facebook, if not, you can also, like, you know what I'm saying. What time is this Prepperty tomorrow, by the way, Dusty? Because I forgot whenever you told me it was again.
I'm going to start it at 6. I'm going to run the show from 6 to 8, depending on what time everybody gets in there. Because not
That's
everybody
perfect.
can show up exactly on time.
Because I work from about like 9 o'clock to about like 5 or 4 or 5 in the afternoon.
And you're on the West Coast, right?
No, I'm in the East Coast. I'm in Tennessee. I'm in the same time zone as you, I think.
Okay, yeah, I'm in Florida.
Okay, so Hutch is behind us 1 hour, huh?
Yeah, I'm a time traveler.
Hey, you don't think
Hutch,
that's real,
the
man?
spaceman.
I'm gonna be some weird shit happened when I was semi truck driving.
Let's hear it.
Imagine. Okay, I set my clocks all at the same time. And my GPS is satellite, so it's really connected to like a nuclear clock, atomic clock.
Peace, hillbilly.
Back and forth, back and forth, and back and forth, and my watch would be different, and the radio would be different than the satellite clock. The satellite clock would keep up with it, but it would be hours behind. When I got back to the East Coast, my clocks would be off. And I mean, I timed them perfect. And it wasn't enough long span of a time for it, for it to be really, really that far off.
Now, do you think that's because of the what is that because of? Exactly. Like, is it like what causes the times? What is it, like the setting of the sun, or like?
Well, you gotta imagine. They say when you go to space, the clocks are different when you come back. They've proven that. So I'm resisting the spin of the Earth by going the opposite direction of the Earth. Now it's just going back and forth, back and forth.
John
It's
T.
just
McGill
like,
says it's sorcery.
Right. It's
I
like
could do
those civilians that went up into outer space the other day. What they say, they can circle the globe 5 times in 24 hours. So it's like, does that mean you guys are 5 days older now? Or, you know what I mean? Or are you 5 days behind the Earth since you passed everybody so many times? You know what I mean?
Do you
It's
guys-
weird how that fucking shit works.
Do you guys want to get mad at me?
It's relativity, Hutch. Go ahead, man.
Are you guys ready to be like, what is he saying?
You're
How
flat
do we
Earth.
know these guys are even going to space, dude? How do we know they're going to space though? These guys could just be bullshitting us, dude. Time is a lie. That's why the clocks are fucked up. I just solved it. Boom. No, I'm just
Well, I live near there, man. I'm only 2 hours away from NASA.
I see, but no, I know what you mean, no, because I live in Florida. I've seen them. I've seen the spaceships go up too. You know what I'm saying? Like I know what you mean. I've been in an airplane. I'm kind of going away from the flat Earth. You broke. That's it. Justy broke the time-space continuum.
If you stand on the beach, like if you go to the Gulf Coast or any beach at sunrise or sunset, you can see the curvature of the Earth.
See, no, I'm not flat earther no more. I'm more of like a more dimension. I don't know, dude. I'm kind of like more of like an extra. I still kind of am flat earther, guys. I gotta be real, but I do believe in. I know that all this. I know, but it's the only reason I am is because it's just such a archaic like way of thinking. It's just such an old way of believing in something, and that's like because that people
all off
like
the map and shit.
Yeah, and people are like, "Oh, dude, there's no." And even though I've seen all the proof that it's not real, but I've seen some. It's like faith, man. It's like
here's a complete
This is how you break the space-time dilation. Okay, this is how you do it. What you do is you multiply the mass of the ass and divide by pi. Bam.
What the hell? I'm gonna go squirrel for a minute. I watched a video the other day about a giant fucking sea lion that was pretty much standing on this dude's ass at the fish dock and shit, just waiting his turn for people to feed him fish. But like the close up of this damn sea lion, whenever you think the nice, smooth, pretty face and shit, this thing looked 100%. You remember them old maps of the dragon that they had coming out of the water, like the bubble cheeks and shit?
Is it this guy?
Like it. So I'm thinking, damn, it got me. I want to go into. Yeah, look at that dude's face, man. Tell me that doesn't look like every drawing of a Chinese dragon you've ever seen.
Dude, that does look like it. You see a lot of that in some of that cartography from back in the 1800s, 1700s, dude. Man, I would love to pet that son of a gun right there. He looks like a good boy, man. Look how big that bastard is. That thing is bigger than those people.
Right? So imagine like 200-300 years ago, 500 years ago, when they thought manatees were mermaids and shit. If somebody saw a giant one of those that was, 1,600 pounds, which really isn't that.
Oh, God. You know what they did to those manatees they thought was mermaids? I'm not going to talk about it. They were like, oh, man, but it's better than your fellow sailor, But
I've been pretty lonely, man. I've been pretty lonely, and I've been to the bar, and I've gotten to where I had to gnaw my arm off. I ain't never been that lonely.
Dude,
Hey.
they say they's like, oh, that's another species. It's a mermaid. Make love to it. Like,
Well, you do know if a lot of the ancient thing people don't talk about is the type of bread they ate was the rye bread, and if you get mold on that bread,
ferments.
they make
Lysergic-
LSD.
yeah, lysergic diethylamide 25. That's just synthetically made.
Right.
You know the Salem
Albert
witch
Hoffman.
trials. You heard about the Salem witch trials, Dusty?
Yeah,
I heard.
Oh, yeah.
You heard. I know. They was a lot of that bread they was eating. They said had some that ever got fungus on it, and that's what caused them to start tripping.
Yeah, that's what my sister did a report on that, and it was Albert Hoffman. That's the only thing that really stuck with me is none of the other school stuff.
So I got lost in chat for a second.
Yeah, I just had to go squirrel on that because imagine
Jeez.
all the all the things we see today that are over exaggerated. And we're like, oh, dragons aren't real, but then you look back, you're like, oh, okay, that came from someplace. You know what I mean?
I saw some shit on the History Channel where they found a cyclops, or they found an elephant skull, and they said like back in ancient Greek times they thought it was a cyclops skull because the way that the snout looks on it.
Right.
Maybe same, but I know some people. I'm in some circles where they believe that dinosaur fossils are actually dragon fossils, or they believe that the dinosaur fossils are fakes.
I think dragons are a possibility of being real.
Oh yeah, dude, that's in all cultures, all mythologies. Guys, give me 1 second, guys. My bad. I'll let you get. My bad, guys. I have an emergency. I'm sorry.
I don't know about the fire breathing, but I could see the story evolving from something that like spits acid and burns. You know what I mean? And it could have just translated into fire over the generations.
And
Just
not to mention, we all tend to exaggerate some things. Like,
Right.
That dude was 10 foot tall. He whooped my ass, man, and it's a midget that fucked you up.
Right. Right. Yeah. You got to romanticize the story to make it good. You know what I mean? Otherwise, ain't nobody going to remember the damn thing.
Big tough guy gets beat up by his wife, and he goes to work the next day going, "Yeah, I got robbed."
Right. Right.
Yeah, I've told a few of those.
I've never told a lie in my life. Man, I'm fucking tired of looking at this shit.
I'll take over, man. Let's switch places. You can run the show here.
Right. Come on. Once you
We're
get about
both working.
30 hours in.
Hey, that's your way of helping medicinally, control cancer and stuff like that. Here, I'm doing leukemia treatment, man. I'm getting radiation burns here.
Right. I'm a low level doctor.
I'm surrounded by 16 screens, man.
Damn it, man. What the hell you need so many computers for?
Porn.
Are you one of them terrorists? Huh? Are you a terrorist?
I try to make porn, but nobody likes to see a single solo lonely man on the screen.
Right.
Not very impressive, neither.
I can vouch for that.
But how is it getting cooler where you're at, man?
It's last week we had we were like overnight we were down in the low 40s for a couple days, and it was like cold as fuck, man. I was literally shivering my ass off. But this next week is all supposed to be 90. It's freaking back and forth shit, man. It's killing me.
That's what's going to get people the flu that's eluding everybody's,
Right.
It's not too bad here, man. You know what I caught the other day? Our governor said, and it was really weird because I understand it. It's weird when politicians, the aristocratic people, start saying that little shit like noble lies, no more noble lies. And that's the first thing he started off with, no more noble lies. And he was talking to Fauci. So they will lie to us, and they will openly admit they lie to us, and they're saying it's due to nobility because they are over us.
Yeah, it's one of those things like where your parents lie to you about Santa Claus and shit, or lie to you like, oh, it's your dog went to the farm, because we think we know better. It's for your own good.
Right. And the what it was he was announcing that we've been rolling out treatments here so people didn't have to get the jab. There's an alternative to the jab, but they don't want nobody to know it.
I was watching, I think it was Steven Crowder I was watching that was talking something about that, to where it's there's an over-the-counter drug right now that's still out there, but they're pressuring Amazon and shit with the FDA saying maybe you shouldn't promote this as much, because they're trying to back it off. Because if there's a safe, effective alternative treatment, then they can't declare it a pandemic emergency or some shit like that. As long as there's something on the market that still works.
And there goes back to that statement. They screwed up when they caught them on camera saying that they would use it to their advantage. They're going to take advantage. They even told us they were going to take advantages of every situation and push it to the extreme. And this is one of the most extremes there is.
Right.
We're in a state of emergency.
Because it's like, you remember a couple years ago when they were talking about, okay, if you're a racist or if you have a certain belief, then it's the mental illness, then they can make mental illness a national emergency. Yep. Something along those lines.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's where I keep thinking what we don't have is the weirdest thing. And I think that Obamacare just got a $32 billion funding. So they just pushed Obamacare back into the light. You know, so we're going to be forced to have Obamacare.
Oh, yeah.
And what comes along with that is a federal medical database. They're going to keep track of us one way or another. And they want to do it medically, which is all that science stuff they're pushing. Science this and science and the numbers. And I'm like, the numbers don't add up, man. The numbers, when you tell me numbers like that, I'm thinking less than 0.001% of the population is dying. Why are you freaking out about it, trying to shut down the whole industries? You know, they're shutting down. I told Danny, hey, man, go to bartending. That's the only industry, even during the prohibition, you'll still always have a job. You'll have nothing to worry about. Be damned if I wasn't wrong. They shut the bars down. I mean, how you go into a restaurant, but you have to wear a face covering to go in a restaurant. You sit down and have your dinner, you take the mask off. What the hell was the point of that?
Yeah. I think it's all just to see who's going to do it. That way they can actually, these people live in a fucking bubble. They have no idea what's going on in real life. But if they can see people physically walking down the street with a mask on, then they know how many sheep they've got just sucking their nuts. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So how many people are going to submit? But it's better off to know now with 333 million Americans, because in 10 years, the population is going to be twice that, if not more.
Right. See, I wouldn't be surprised. I've thought about it a couple times because, they want to start track. There's talk a couple, I don't know if it was months ago or years ago. Y'all know I got no concept of time. But they were talking about basically putting in newborns. They were going to take the DNA and go ahead and put it in a thing and then basically chip your kid. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. And I wouldn't be surprised if within the next 100 years, they're pretty much segregating people based on some kind of genetic code from birth. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this kid, maybe could start with autism. That's usually where that kind of shit starts. Like, oh, this kid's going to be born disabled. They got to go live in this zone, one of those kind of fucking things.
Well, the way they call that, and it is alive and well in this country, and it is documented that some doctors do it, but it's not a federally funded thing, and it's called eugenics, where you get to pick what you want as a kid. If you don't want that in your DNA, they can take it out. We have come that far.
Yeah, see, that's too fucking much.
Right. But
go ahead.
That the Spartans did that in the movie. They portrayed the Spartans that would kill any kid that was too small or had defects.
Yeah, throw them off the cliff. Yeah,
that's eugenics. That means back in ancient history, they had a concept of bloodlines, DNA, and to how to build a bigger human or a better human. They're always trying to make humans better or bigger.
Yeah. Breeding stock and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why you'd see the emperor's daughters and shit out there banging the gladiators and stuff, so they could try to get that stock.
Yep. And me, I don't believe in it because I am the prodigy of a type of breeding technique where, let's say, your ancestry, how much mixture is in your ancestry. Mine, like if you were to have a dog that's purebred, like my dogs, they're not gonna last that long. They got 15 years worth of life. They got hip problems, through their breed. But if you made a mutt, the mutt is stronger.
Yeah. Smarter too.
And biologically, it has the different.
My dog, he's half pit and he's half black lab. He's 100% cute boy though.
Danny had a dog. We called her Baby Girl for a long time. And this dog, we found her at a place we were renting, and my wife wouldn't get out of the car. She called me in the house like, "Come out here. There's a strange pit bull out here." And I'm like, "Okay." And I walked out the door, and this dog, I was like petting it and stuff, and she was wagging her tail. And I said, "Get out of the car. She seems to be fine." And as soon as my wife got out of the car, the dog reached up and hugged her. And when she did that, I noticed her paws were blistered on her paws. And she must have ran from a lightning storm, because here in Florida, we have lightning storms severely because of the humidity. It causes lightning to touch the ground a lot. We're lightning capital of the country.
God damn. See, another reason not to go to Florida. Fuck Florida.
There's only one other place like that, and it's in Arizona, and it's a small place that has humidity like that. Superheated plasma.
Who is it, Louisiana?
It's in Arizona, I think.
Arizona. Wow.
Yeah, I thought it was weird myself.
They used to send people out.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, but don't lose your thought.
Oh, I was just going to say, I've always wanted to try that thing where you hammer rebar into the beach and shit and let lightning strike it, and then you get like a crazy glass sculpture at the bottom.
Oh, that sand glass.
Yeah.
They do that in South Carolina and shit a lot too.
We call it sea glass here.
Sea glass?
Yeah.
That's what's
yeah. It's beautiful.
They used to yeah, it is, man. It's like the natural, like let me show everybody, but they used to send people out to like New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, like for health problems, like a prescription to move out there and shit. Like,
yeah,
that's why Doc Holliday went out there. Yeah.
I know, that's my grandma used to talk about that all the time back in the day. She's like, oh, so many of her friends had to move out west because they needed that dry heat.
Yeah, that I think this is it. This is a good picture. Let me see. Is that it right there?
Yeah. I've never seen it like that. Usually what I've seen is flat, but that's beautiful right there.
Those look like they've been manufactured.
I want to see some natural. What else did you say it was called besides sand? Like what?
We call it sea glass.
Sea glass. Let me see.
Yeah.
You might just have to type in the whole fucking explanation or definition. You know what I mean? Or what action? Like, what does glass look like if it's struck by lightning or something like that? Anybody else noticing that their Google machine's not really sending them to the place that they're looking for lately?
A little bit. I notice that anytime I'll be putting my phone up, and Dusty noticed this as well, I believe. Before I even type in my shit, what I'm thinking of will be right there in the search bar for me to press search.
See, now if you get a Dremel with some sandpaper and just go to town on that thing and clean it up, you can get some crazy shapes.
You're talking about right here on this thing?
Yeah.
Now, let me look at one more photo. Let me see. Whenever a nuclear...
I'll be back.
I want to see if they have this nuclear sand glass. So is this what happens whenever they... Because you heard that whenever a nuclear bomb turns sand glass.
Yes.
I wonder, is this shit radioactive, dude?
Oh. I would
look at it. This looks like stuff that's inside of, like... That reminds me of... This reminds me of stuff that was like in some books as I read as a child, like about like some kind of fish. I can't quite put my finger on it. Oh, look at that.
Getting the colors
Huh.
to it. You know?
That looks almost like a knight's helmet to me. Well, I got a funny video to show you, Dusty. Let me see. I gotta keep on going back.
Hey, Danny ran across a article the other day about how Chernobyl has this new black fungus that's eating the nuclear radiation.
Really? Because I see shit. I see shit all the time about how they have wildlife there and people go and visit it all the time without any equipment. They say, "Oh, it's supposed to be 1,000 years that you can't walk around a place that." I'm in some circles where they be giving me talking about information where they say nuclear weapons are just a lie to make people afraid of going to war again.
Have you seen that documentary or something where the guy went down there to go fishing and to check deer and shit to see the things, but there's still like 10 families literally living inside that whole fucking city like nothing ever happened. It's fucking weird.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find it. It's hard to spell that. Oh, I see it. Here it is.
What, Chernobyl?
Yeah. Let me see. Okay, we got it. Yeah, because I heard because people dude, because it's very suspect though, huh, man? It's very suspect.
Oh, it's not like
there has been a nuclear accident in the Soviet Union.
My bad.
Okay, what's the difference between a nuclear bomb and an atomic bomb as far as radiation and shit like that?
I'm not 100% sure. Let me see.
It's what they used. The atomic bomb, if you want to get a degree in physics, you have to make an atomic bomb. Without the last components, you can't actually make a functioning one, but you got to make one that would function. And then you'll pass your physics test.
Because, is there radiation in Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
Yeah, it should be.
There was a dude that survived both of those bombings, though, by jumping into a ditch. That's maybe these are just like really powerful bombs. But the radiation, I believe the radiation could be real too, but I just don't think the radiation levels are as potent as what they claim.
You know what? It starts in your thyroid. That's what they say. It starts in your thyroid. And then that's what gets it into your bloodstream. And then all of a sudden you're decaying from the inside. You're being microwaved. And it's really not so much a nuclear thing as it is the particles. The particles are just bouncing through your body. They're just putting
you on the inside, like inside a microwave.
Exactly.
See, the thing that messes me up is like how before the bomb actually goes off, that means they've literally got that much radiation contained inside of that, however tiny space that it is, that it covers so much of an area. Not the blast itself, but the radiation coverage. That's what's always been weird to me. It's one of those things that I geek out on it, but I've never actually looked up the science behind it.
Okay, so when they do it, okay, is the uranium that they're hitting. That uranium has the radioactive properties. It's that uranium.
So does radiation pretty much turns into like a gas type material then?
It multiplies.
Okay.
Because energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So it's all contained there in the universe anyway. And it's the uranium that has that thing, and then it just multiplies. And then everything that comes up to it. I'm not going to teach y'all physics right here. I'm not going to show you how to make one.
Do it. You can teach your damn granddaughter. You can teach us.
She's doing quantum physics. That's different. Totally different. That's being in two places at once. That's what quantum physics is.
You teaching her to be a politician?
No.
Maybe she changed the world, being a politician as well as a quantum physicist. I think we should have more quantum physicists as politicians and as heroes We should have more like scientists as people that
No,
are
'cause that's the
leaders.
problem.
Really, you think?
Too many scientists forget about God, and then they create shit like the atom bomb and actually use it. You know what I mean?
They didn't want to though. No, they was like, they didn't want to. They had the ability to, but it was people like Truman or
Still though, you
yeah,
look at
he was like,
all
do
them
it.
German scientists that came up. Like the German scientist had to have a hard on every time he thought about how this would torture somebody. The way they came up with some of those gases and shit like that they did back in World War II. You know what I mean?
Do you know how we know the temperature of a freezing human being? It's because the Nazis were testing by dropping the Hebrews into the freezing water and seeing what their core temperature would be to freeze them to death. That's how we know it.
Progress comes through suffering, no matter what. Every bit
a lot
of those people have to suffer.
A lot of those scientists lived out and died as old men in the United States and the Soviet Union too, because they brought over Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, they brought them to Florida. They created the space program. Those Apollo rockets. That's Nazi technology, man.
Right? Because see, if you look at it, none of these people were technically forced, because they could have walked away. They could have, been like, no, I'm not doing this, and stood up.
That was a part of their culture to hate Jews, though. That was a part of it. Was they used to call them pogroms before that. Like they'd have them in Russia, Slovakia, Estonia, all of these like Germany, like all these countries, like Poland. But the reason there were so many Jews in Europe is because this king in Poland got married to a Jewish woman. Then he had allowed the Jewish people to come to Poland, and because they didn't have no place to go after they'd got, they had forgotten their identity after they were made slaves in Babylon, and they were spread throughout the earth. But he had let them come back. This king in Poland.
Crazy question. This might come off as racist, but I don't know. Y'all know what I don't mean. And are Jewish people the only people who are a race and a religion? Like, are they? They're technically Hebrews, right? Or
yeah, but
Israelis?
that's why. But they used to look like Middle Eastern people, dude. But now, because they've been dispersed throughout the earth. You have black Jews, you have white Jews, you have Asian-looking Jews. You know what Khazaria is? The Khazarians were a Mongolian Khanate descended from Genghis Khan that ruled in Eastern Europe area, but they were Jewish people who were Asian. I didn't mean to do that.
More than half of Ethiopia is Jewish. You know what I mean?
But that's from the Queen of Sheba.
Like if you go to New York or any of these big cities, think of like an Americanized person. What's going on with you? And then you ask anybody like Seth Rogen, they're like, I'm a Jew. That's just boom, flat out, even though they admit they've never went to temple or, anything like that.
Yeah,
so it's always been like, so it's always been, if you ask them, they're Jewish. You know what I mean? So it's like, what other country or nationality or whatever is both a religion and a race, or a nationality? You know what I mean? That's always.
If you look at it biblically, from my point of view, I'm not sure. So whatever I say, just take it with a grain of salt. I'm starting to believe Adam and Eve were a society, a culture of Europe, and then they went and bred some women. They're maybe lower class women with other humans like the Africans, and created the Middle East cultures, throughout time. I show a video that I got of all the wars in human history that we know of. It's 4,717 years of war on a map.
Oh yeah, I watched that. I watched every minute of that thing. I was stuck on it too. I was like, "There's another."
Rome had a long run, man. It had a long run. But if you watch if you go back to watch the other video, how human existence, and we moved across the earth. They're saying there was a land bridge from China. They came into, so they're saying Native Americans are pretty much Chinese,
right?
That Asian descent. So as we evolved to a certain point, 7,000 years ago is what they're saying. But other people are saying it's been a lot
Roman
longer.
prepper.
I don't think they're just confusing us with this. They actually told us the truth. They'll probably destroy everything we know. That's what I really believe. The races were originally Adam and Eve, which was, but there was also another one that people don't talk about, which was Lilith. I'm starting to think Lilith would maybe been the Asian culture, and the reason that Adam couldn't stay with Lilith was because they were from the same ground. Which
how does that
world?
If you look at that, how does that line up? They say there's 3 different kinds of humans. There's Mongoloid, something. You know what I mean? The 3 different types of humans. That would pretty much kind of line up with that concept.
That's that's why evolution in itself is kind of a racist philosophy, I think. If you look at it, because if you look at evolution to me is kind of like, because the evolution came around the time as eugenics and all that shit where they were, if you were blind, they would make it to where you couldn't have any children no more. If you had any kind of illnesses, they would make it to where if you had anything wrong with you, and they were doing it in the United States. The United States was the country that inspired other countries to do this, but they were, what's the word called whenever you, not Carled, but what's the word called whenever you make it or someone can have children?
Sterilization.
Yeah, when they were sterilizing them. All right. And I went squirrel trying to figure out what that word was called. Can you guys reel me back in real quick? Reel me in, please.
Yeah, you were talking about eugenics.
Oh yeah, dude. No, all this eugenics, and it started at the same time as the whole Charles Darwin. But he was married to his cousin, and a couple of his kids died. His first cousin, and like 2 of his kids died of like inbred related illnesses, dude. All right. And then he admitted, he's like, oh, I know that's probably why they did. But I'm just, regardless of all that, though, all this, and then this all came at the time and they saying, oh, look, a black man's skull, and look, here's a white man's skull, here's an Asian skull, here's a Native American Indian skull, here's somebody from the continent of India skull, the subcontinent. And like, and they're like, oh, you've noticed the slight differences in these skulls. And then they'd be like, this is the reason why this person, these are all the, and that, but all this stuff, like, they would use the science and shit, like, and this was this is the founding philosophies this is the knowledge that's inside of today's school books, like, a lot, this is messed up, but it's like a lot of people don't, as far as a lot of people know about like certain cultures is from our social studies books, you know what I'm saying? Like, but these are beautiful cultures that used to be something and used to mean something, be powerful, but now people only know about them from school. You know what I'm saying? And I yield my time.
Well, hey, I'm gonna drop off of here real quick, man. I gotta go do something. So,
all right, my brother.
Appreciate you having me on, man.
It's an honor talking to you, Bubba.
6 Eastern, man.
6 Eastern time, and I'll be there, Bubba. Are we gonna be backstage before some shit?
Yeah, you know my email, right? It's dustydata76@gmail.
Yes.
Email me so I can. I think you already did.
I did email you. Yeah.
All right. I'll email you the link. So
okay. Yeah, we got.
You want to jump up in there, man? Just to get before the show gets started.
I had to steal my wife's phone so I could do this. My phone can't handle a live. So if he's not using the phone, I'll try.
All right, it's just to get up there before the show. Maybe have a pre-show. Yeah. All right, y'all.
Pre-show party. We'll see you, Bubba. What did you say, Foxhole?
You're talking about these different distinct genetic lineages, that you're saying social studies teaches you about. And in the Bible, it talks about the sons of Noah who went out and populated the earth. Shem, Ham, and Japheth, okay? And so they rode on the boat with Noah, and each one of them supposedly descended to a different continent, okay? Europe, Asia, and Africa. And so the 3 sons of Noah sort of went on to create the races in the different continents. And that's in Genesis 18, I think. Let me see.
The story, are we getting to the story of Ham?
Yeah, did I miss something?
You're familiar with the story of Ham?
Well, in the Bible?
Yes.
Break it down.
All right, guys. I'm not trying to. This is not offensive. This is a story. This is an interpretation of the story of Ham and Noah and the races in the Bible. So do not be offended. This is an interpretation, guys. So, whenever they had gotten onto land, right? They were done with the was it 40 days they were out in the sea?
Yeah, 40 days. Yeah.
And then they got into land. Noah had gotten drunk because he was celebrating. He was relieved that he was finally done being, in that situation. And so Ham came into this tent.
He was naked.
And yeah, exactly. He was drunk and naked. He'd gotten drunk and he'd got naked to get comfortable to pass out. And so Ham came into this tent. His son, his middle son, Ham was his middle son, came into the tent and started laughing at him. And he was like, huh. And then next thing you know, Ham goes out to his brothers, Japheth and Shem. Shem is where the Semites come from, Asian people, Middle Eastern people, stuff like that. Japheth is, where like European people was not what would you call Russian people? Slavic people come from and such. But Ham, according to some belief systems and according to some of the churches in Christianity, that believe there are some churches in Christianity that heavily believe in this stuff as well. But Ham tried to get his brothers to laugh at their dad while he was drunk and naked. And then they said, no, we can't do that. And then they covered their dad up, covered Noah up. And then they woke him up and they said, Ham is laughing. And then Noah said, I curse you, Ham. And then according to them, guys, do not be offended. He struck Ham black right there with black skin. And this is according to a church, Jehovah Witnesses, Latter-day Saints, Mormon types. Like they believe in the curses of that kind of stuff. That's heavily in their doctrines.
Yeah,
but like it's messed up.
The Mormons believe that black people are black because of a curse. But now they're going back on that. They've changed their Bible. They've changed the wording in it. And they're having to apologize and try to explain.
1978, the U.S. government was going to make the Mormon church pay a whole bunch of taxes for being racist and shit.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. It's amazing,
See, that's why I'm not a big fan of organized religion, because you look, if they were that easy to up and just change, the stories in their religion, and then obviously that shit really don't mean that much,
Yeah, why would you be so flexible on your doctrine? If that's the word of God, you should stick with it. Yeah, I guess I didn't mean to start that with this, but you were.
You're good.
Yeah.
It goes where it goes, man. We go squirrel so much, it's hard to tell where the hell these things end up at.
Squirrel means off the split
side,
off base.
Yeah, sidetrack.
Yeah, it's going off topic. It's like an episode of Family Guy. How you been doing, Foxhole? I ain't talked to you in forever.
I've been all right, just taking it easy. We got a mini little hot tub that we put in the backyard, and just been sitting in that, relaxing. Nothing special, me and the dogs.
Hot tub sounds damn nice right now.
It's a little one, but it's nice. It's like 2 feet deep.
That's relaxing.
Yeah, it's better than a bathtub because I can barely fit in a bathtub. I'm 6 feet tall.
I'm thinking I had a brainstorm, or actually my wife kind of told me I had to do it, but eventually we're going to move the shower in the bathroom right up against the house, and she wants to turn the old shower into some kind of sauna system.
Oh yeah, man.
Figure that'd be something nice to play with when it's 8 degrees outside.
Yeah, well, it'll help you detoxify, and when you go from hot to cold, it can help flush inflammation out of your body. Someone told me.
Yeah, I've been trying that experiment to where you take just literally cold shower, not a single bit of hot water at all. I mean, it sucks, but for the rest of the day, you are wide awake. Your body feels good and clean. You know what I mean? It sucks for like 30 minutes, but after that, try it. Just try a freezing cold shower. Just try it. You will feel great all day long.
I once went to this hot spring place. They had a really hot pool and a really cold pool. And like the hot pool, it felt like it was burning you. It was really hot. And so we'd go into the one, and then we'd go sit in the cold pool. And we went back and forth a few times until eventually when we get in the cold pool, our bodies started to like bubble, literally created bubbles like we were like champagne.
That's crazy.
I don't know what it was, but it sure seemed like a neat thing, you know. It should have scared us probably. Yeah, you know, I think a hot or a sauna is a good idea, man. You know, you got a blank slate out there. You can make whatever you want.
Wherever the boredom takes me.
You get a little bit of snow out there too, I'm sure, huh?
We get more ice than snow. Ever since we've been here, like up north, like I built a snow house with my son every year, like clockwork, you know, something that we can both get into, like something huge. But ever since we moved down here, there has not been enough snow to do anything like that. But we'll get 4 inches of ice. You know what I mean? But the most we've ever had at one time, I think, was like 3 inches of snow. And it was only for a couple days. It's freaking weird.
Okay. Well, that's actually pretty nice. You know, not too much to have to fight and shovel. You've been out there over 5 years, right?
Yeah, I've been out. This is the 5th year we're coming up on now, or ending now. So going on 6. Shit.
That should be long enough to see some weather. Yeah. I live somewhere we'd probably get 1.5 foot or more when it would start to add up, you know. And that gets old. You know, you fight all weekend to get shoveled in and shoveled out.
Right. Yeah, the biggest issue we got is we've got a hill that's pretty much like this.
Yeah.
So a good month, you know, split up over wintertime, but a good month that we're literally stuck. If we go anywhere, then we end up having to park at the bottom of the hill on the way back and just walk all the way back to the house kind of thing, because it's, you know.
How far is the walk on the hill like that?
From the driveway to the bottom of the hill, maybe just under a mile, somewhere in that range.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I lived on this dirt road. I'd have to park at the end of it. It was about a half a mile. And it, you know, it was a lot because we'd be hiking on top of icy snow. But yeah, about a half a mile. But the paved road was steep, like you're saying. And I got a truck with rear wheel drive. And until my truck bed would fill up with snow and get heavy, I would just spin my wheels trying to get up the hill. Until my truck bed would fill up with snow and get heavy, I would just spin my wheels trying to get up the hill. Yeah, even with a 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch of snow, it'd just make it impossible.
Yeah, that's the only thing I don't like about it. I told the wife shit on the retirement land. I was like, we're gonna be on a blacktop. Like as much as I like the seclusion, you can be secluded on a blacktop, man. Hills and gravel roads just suck. I would not do it again if I had the choice.
Yeah, you know, there's places out there where you're behind trees and stuff like that, and you're able to have some privacy. You guys have a pond or anything out there?
We don't, but at the bottom of the hill, there's probably a 20-acre pond, and then we're 2 miles driving distance to the lake, and it's like a 20-minute hike just straight across my neighbor's wild over here, and then I'm at the cliffs to the lake.
Well, that's nice, man. Hey, didn't you do a camping, fishing video or something? Or you were talking about a trip like that?
Yeah, I got a couple fishing videos.
You got that catfish that one time.
Yeah, I still got that thing in the freezer.
Oh, did
Wife
you?
don't like it. I can't cook fish or liver while the wife's in the house because she can't stand the smell. So since she's been off work, I ain't been able to cook the damn thing.
Damn it. I feel that though. I don't really like catfish too much, man. I like salmon and shit. You know, I like tilapia. But for it's like catfish to me, man, I'm from Louisiana, dude. I've eaten fried catfish my whole life too, but
I've never tried tilapia. But see, I've been this last month. I've been geeking out on these build a pond videos, and it's actually
Northern Girl Hobbies.
What's up? It's basically for like $6,000, I could get a professionally dug, half-ish acre pond out here, for less than $6,000. So it's like, it's feasible. It could be like a reality. But
I'm like, source.
If I rent a bobcat for a weekend, I could probably do me a nice, 50 by 100 pond or something out here off the side of the cornfield or something, maybe.
How much you say it is to rent a bobcat?
This place in town, the bobcat is $320 for 12 hours of runtime, and you get to keep it for 24 hours. So it's really not too bad of a deal. You know what I mean?
12 hours of runtime.
Yeah, and it's the same deal. You can either get a skid steer, or you can get like a Kubota that's got the bucket and the backhoe.
Right, and that's $300 for a 12-hour day.
Yeah.
And then what if you decide you want a Saturday, Sunday? Is that just $300?
That's the deal. If you rent it on Saturday, you don't have to bring it back until Monday.
Oh, so there's like a little timer on the speedometer, basically, that keeps track of your hours.
Yeah, big tractors and shit like that work off of hour runtime, not actual mileage. So, like, if somebody's sitting there with the tractor running, you're burning miles on the clock. Just like a speedometer on a car, except just hours instead of miles.
Oh, I see. So you get it for the weekend, and you can use it up to 12 hours, and then you return it. Okay. Yeah, that's a great deal, man. Especially if you know how to use it, you know what I mean?
Oh, shit. My old man's got a scrapyard up in Atchison. I grew up on a bobcat, boy. I could tear some shit up.
Yeah, man. That's cool, yeah. One of these days you'll have to do it. It's all a matter of juggling your priorities,
See, we're going to have to eventually, because I've been digging my septic tank. I've been digging out by hand, and I've still got to trench lines to the shower house. I've got to trench lines to the greenhouse, and I've got to trench lines out to the cornfield still. So spring at the latest, I'm just going to have to bite the bullet and go ahead and rent one so I can get all this shit done. That's pretty much all it is now that I got left, is just stuff I got to spend money on or just break my back trying to finish. I'd rather spend $1,000 and have it done in a weekend.
You gonna put in a leach field too?
Yeah, I gotta run my drainage
What is
field.
that? I don't know what that is. For people who don't know what a leach field is, what is that?
You got your septic tank, right? So it comes in at a certain level and it falls down, but your shit goes to the bottom and the water stays up top. So you have another pipe that's just below your entry pipe to catch the overflow water, and you've got to set up pipes that run down into underneath ground. That way that water dissolves into the ground. That's what they call your leach field.
Yeah, see, like a septic tank will lose its water slowly, but if you want it to disperse the water quicker, you have pipes that come off the septic. And it has perforations in the pipes, so it has more surface area to spread it out.
Yeah, we're thinking about the area I want to do. I just want to plant a whole bunch of wildflowers on top of it and just put my beehives there. That way, boom.
Yeah, you're not going to be spending much time, walking around in that area.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I knew a guy in Texas. He had a nice leach field coming off of his shower house, and the plants were great looking,
Yeah. See, I was trying to figure out a way to incorporate it into my my garden area somehow, but it's just because it's got to be at least 100 foot away from the well. And then we've got from the front of my property to the back is an 8-foot drop at the highest point, just a slope.
That's good.
So it would have been tens of thousands of dollars to try to put a septic tank, you know, to have it help my crops out in any kind of way. I was like, yeah, it's just not worth it.
You know, at the White House, all those roses out front. Someone told me that's because there was an outhouse that was moved around out there.
Wouldn't doubt it.
What was it again? The roses in front of the White House because of an outhouse being moved around it?
Yeah, well, you know, every once in a while you gotta dig a new hole and you move your outhouse, and so apparently that's why there's all those roses out front.
Wow.
Yeah, because that's the back lawn, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because back in the day they didn't have like toiletry and shit. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, if you see any of these old houses like Northern California, there's older houses. You'll see that like the laundry room isn't built on. It's like a little add-on room. And a lot of times bathrooms are on an old turn-of-the-century house. In fact, you probably see that out on the East Coast more because the East Coast has older buildings.
I see some shit, like they have a lot of, like Thomas Jefferson used to live close to where I live at and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, or Andrew Jackson as well. You know, he's from Tennessee. But we've got a lot of old buildings like that, like you know, like plantation style buildings and shit here.
I will say though, for somebody who's got the eye for it though, I would take an East Coast log cabin over a West Coast style log cabin any day. If you go back and look at the difference between the two, it's like it's the difference between a plantation house and the Brady Bunch house. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Well, is that because on the East Coast they were built to last a little longer because that's where it was like settled versus like West Coast? They came out here to get gold. People came poor with very little tools and belongings.
Right. Well, you think when you think log cabin, you automatically just think of square, you know, with the round logs and shit. You know what I mean? That's pretty much the stereotype log cabin. But if you go back and you look at the East Coast log cabins, it's more set up. It's kind of like a dog trot style, and it's more barn style. You know what I mean? So there's actually some kind of architecture involved in the. There's not a whole lot of basic just throw together cabins.
As far as beams.
Yeah,
beams and arches and stuff.
Yeah, because you're looking at like 30-foot, trees just on the roof and shit. I mean, it's hard to explain. You got to see them side by side, but you'll see what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, your mic's off, Bilbo.
You want me to look it up?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, man. Show us.
What was it again?
Take us on a tour.
Like, if I could design a house, like my dream house, I've been kind of tinkering with and playing and drawing little blueprints over like, I don't know, 20, 30 years. And it's basically a dog trot style mixed with a greenhouse kind of thing.
Yeah.
All because of the cabins I was looking at. Because my people are from Kentucky. So we had a few cabin-ish type things. But the pictures that she showed me of my, my, I guess, great grandma and all that stuff, the houses that they had, I fell in love with that kind of shit.
So is this one dog trot?
No, well, it might be. A dog trot is pretty much where you've got two separate buildings that are joined together by a covered porch.
Oh, okay. Hey, look at that thing.
Let me see. We'll find this. We'll find it.
Yeah, you're talking about a greenhouse. I was watching these videos about Earthship homes.
Yeah.
A lot of times they're like rammed earth and tires, but they'll point a bunch of windows to the south and part of it's, partially buried. And it makes a lot of sense. Kind of work with the natural heating and cooling.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yep.
That doesn't look like a cabin at all. That looks like a little
that's a modern
house on the prairie.
Because there's even places around us, like there's still buildings that are using that design around us on some of these houses around here.
Go back to that last one, Pilgrim. The blonde one.
The design right here.
One further back. Yeah, you can see there's like trees between it, so it's 2 square buildings. And then, would you say, Hutch, is the roof connected with like a loft, like you could pass through in the upper story?
The middle is basically just like a deck. Some people used it as like their carriage thing, to where, you know, basically like a parking lot for the carriage on shitty days.
Yeah. But above it, the ceiling and the roof, like you'd have a loft up there where the kids are sleeping and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can get from one building to the other if you needed to.
Would a big family live in one of these, or would 2 separate families live in it or something, or like?
I think something like that. It'd have to be a big family or somebody with a lot of money. You figure a big family could knock something out like that and pretty much be expected to. But just like a dude and his wife and like 1 or 2 kids, you figure you have to have a lot of money or a lot of friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah, or maybe when the son gets married, that's where he goes to the other side.
Well, you figure back then, like I think my grandma came from a family of like 10 or 11 kids. So you figure back then, everybody was popping them babies out. You get 5 or 6 teenage boys out there cutting logs and shit all day. You know, you could probably put a house up pretty quick.
Yeah, well, and community, you know, neighbors would come together for that, you know. It's like the Amish when they raise a barn, you know, they get it done in a day. You know, look at that thing. It's beautiful.
Like, this is like what they have up there in New England. Like, I don't know what the style of house is, but it's like a this is kind of like what I want to get. All the cheapest houses they had up there were $500,000, baby. Tell me. Like, whenever I was looking at it, some of these play in Plymouth, Massachusetts. This is probably like a 300-year-old house right here or some shit, y'all.
You know, out here in California, $500,000 doesn't get you jack.
Really? In Tennessee, $500,000, dude, I'd be set.
Yeah, man. I was looking at real estate in Tennessee. You can get something nice for like $150,000 with some property.
Me and Pilgrim were
Missouri
talking
is the
about this
best.
yesterday. What we say, if you had $100,000 cash in Missouri at one time, you could literally set yourself up for life.
Dude, yeah, the land, Missouri does have the land prices beaten Tennessee by far, for sure.
Yeah, they also have water moccasins.
They have here I don't really know what we got in Tennessee that's messed up, man. We got let me see. She was lying.
I don't think we got water moccasins in Missouri. I don't think we do.
Maybe Arkansas. Look, Nevada has cheap. Look, Nevada. What, for real? I might be moving to Nevada. $500 to $1,000 per acre.
Yeah, but it's like flat dirt.
Yeah,
out in the sun, exposed to the wind.
Should make that a campground so people can go there and they can go camp in the national forest.
But then you got to look like, what are the water right laws in those areas too? So you might be able to get that land, but you ain't going to be able to put no water on it. You know what I mean?
They look like they got some kind of river right there.
Yeah, can you actually drill a well and get water? Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
You know, like, for instance, you know, I had family that lived near the Grand Canyon. It's kind of like flat, open. It's by Flagstaff, okay? They have to have water trucked into a holding tank, and they're like working on developing their rain collection. But there's no well, there's no plumbing, you know. They got septic, but, you know, there's certain parts of the world where you don't have water. I wouldn't want to depend on a truck bringing me water. You know, that just is a perpetual pain in the butt.
Yeah, because we were looking, when we were land hunting, we were looking in northern Nevada, western Texas, and we were pretty much finding you could get like 40 acres for like $4,000. it was like, it's okay, damn right, that's a damn good price. But once you actually start looking into it, you're like, oh damn, it's going to cost me $50,000 to get water. You know,
Yeah, 50
some
for a
places.
well.
You know, and then it's like, well, I'm going to have to build underground. Can't have a garden. You know, there's literally nothing you can do with it other than just have it.
Right. You know, I heard about something called a seep well, and I didn't look it up yet, but this one piece of property I was looking at had a seep well. And I'm guessing that's for just like wetter climates where water's higher up. I don't know. Do you know what that is?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. I've seen videos of people digging their own wells too, you know. They use a, pipe with a hose.
Right.
And they just bury it into the ground and it keeps blowing a hole out.
It might be in a place like that. You might have to do something like dig out a French drain and have it drain into some kind of cistern or something like that. Just pretty much make your own dry creek bed and try to collect as much as you possibly could.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe that's a little bit of it.
I was at that.
Hey guys, it's nice to talk to you, but I want to get off of here and say hello to the missus since she's back.
All right, take it easy, man. Good to see you again.
All right, take care.
It was good talking to you, Foxhole. Oh yeah,
that
this volcano.
It's getting bigger, man. What, that one I sent you this morning? It was just smoke.
Yep. Now look at this thing, dude. Was this going to destroy the island or something?
That's that one that Angry's been talking about, to where it could, hypothetically break off a chunk that's bigger than Manhattan into the ocean, causing a 300-foot tsunami or some shit like that that'll hit Europe.
Like France and England and shit.
Yeah. And then I think the East Coast is supposed, will get affected by it in some kind of way.
Well, that's probably like where he's at, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, New York, fucking Maine, all the way down to Virginia and all that shit, probably.
Wow, man, look at this thing right here, dude. That's insane, dude. What's up, Bushcraft?
Hey.
What's up?
Yeah, that's from the lower part. If you look behind it, that's the actual top of the volcano.
They got other images of it?
Below it.
What
like
channel was you
below the crater?
The same one. But
that thing to me
it's
looks
picked up a lot.
It does look like it's moving faster. I've been watching it off and on all day long.
Same here.
Boy, that shit is moving, isn't it?
Yep.
Wow. This thing right here could affect our whole civilization.
It could. At least on the East Coast.
What if a whole bunch of other volcanoes?
Something like that could trigger, when's the last time in recorded history we've had a global earthquake? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Long time ago, probably ancient times, medieval or some shit times,
We're about due for a super volcano somewhere, whether it be under the ocean or Yellowstone. You never know.
Yeah, there's one down in Antarctica that's been going off. I think there's 6 altogether that's going off right now.
6 in Antarctica. Antarctica is that a big continent or is that
Yeah,
the ice is huge. Without the ice, Antarctica is not really that big, is it?
I don't think so. I think it's mainly ice. What's left? It used to be a lot bigger.
Well, that's crazy that it's that much frozen ice, dude.
You figure just like that's pretty much how the world regulates whenever it kicks itself into an ice age or comes back into a blooming stage.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You get all that ash and stuff up in the clouds, and then everything freezes and starts all over again.
Natural cycles.
Yeah. somebody was saying, well,
if
it's a good thing that the volcano's going off because Yellowstone won't be going off. It doesn't work that way. Usually, if you get enough of those things popping off, it's usually a bad sign more is coming.
Right.
Let me show you something. Look how big this is. This is, you guys have heard of the true size of, like, it shows you the true size of countries.
Oh.
Yeah, I love that shit.
Look how big Antarctica is. Wait, so this, let me put, how do I put the Antarctica? Am I doing this the right way, Hutch?
I don't know. I've never messed with this website.
Boy, you made it a big one there.
I'm not gonna mess with it no more. Dang it!
We're taking over the world.
Wait, let me see what's going on with these fellas right here.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, if you actually think of the concept of the size, like the UK is what, pretty much the size of Rhode Island and Delaware or something like that. You know, it's like super tiny. What, 200 kilometers coast or some shit like that?
Let me see.
I could be thinking wrong, but I think the one I watched the other day said America was the third largest country. It was like Russia and China and then America or something along those lines. It might have been population, but I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I feel like this is on some bullshit. This website that I'm on, because I heard stories about like states being bigger than this whole country. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But maybe
it depends how you look at it. Is it population or is it?
Exactly. Very good point. Oh, Peru is gigantic. Look at that. Let me see.
See, that's why I used to be a big fan of yeah, fuck it, let's separate, you know what I mean? But then if you actually look at it, America is so rare compared to every other country that we have landscapes, you know. We literally have every single landscape available on Earth in America. You know what I mean?
Game of Thrones.
It's crazy.
Game of Thrones was based, the landscapes and the parts, like the areas in Game of Thrones, was based off of the United States landscape. I know that has almost nothing to do with what you're saying, but there's still, yeah, we have deserts, we have mountains, we have forests, we have jungles, we have like snow, everything. What's another country you guys want to know the real size of? I think this is the reliable one. Okay, here's the U.S. back inside of itself. But Japan was like, let me see this.
Yeah, Japan's bigger than it looks.
But look, Ireland is nothing. Let's see it. Let me see something. Well, yeah, this and I kind of believe this website. I'm not. Look how big India is. But like I said, you don't know until you go to space. But I'd believe this website before I would like fucking NASA. Oh, we were on the same size. I had to look up. Well, let me look up this other word real quick for you guys, because I'm starting to get my mind blown a little bit. Like, what is Russia? Not that big. Let's see how big Russia is.
Oh, Russia's huge.
Russia's big because they got Siberia.
Russia is gigantic.
Yeah, it goes all the way across there, and they grow all the time.
Wow.
That's why it's weird whenever they say Russia is only 30 miles from Alaska or something along those lines.
Yeah, you can walk to Alaska from Russia.
Well, Greenland's almost as big as India. Or it's almost as big as like half of Europe too. It is as big as half of Europe. Now let me just look over here real quick. Here's the difference between Russia and the United States.
Hey, put America up against the entire Middle East.
Against the entire Middle East? Okay, let me see. Oh, look at that. We about the same size as all of them put together.
Go up a bit though.
Let me see. Right there?
Well, you have Turkey and all those places.
Boom. There we are.
Yeah, right in there.
Well, the Middle East is pretty big too. They used to
Yeah.
be one country at one time themselves.
That's what America will look like in 200 years if we start splitting this thing up.
Dude, straight up, dude. Yeah, we will, man. It's gonna be insane, dude. Like we're gonna be like it's gonna be different. And I feel like we might have no choice but to split the countries up, man, or but to split the United States up into different countries at some point, man.
I say no more compromise.
Because without no more compromise, that means we're gonna have to be kicking ass and taking names and not listening to people's apologies and shit.
That's
You know,
see, that's
be
the
like,
thing,
listen,
though.
you know, but
Even if we came to an agreement right now, we come out on the losing end no matter what. So, I mean, if you look at it, it's kind of like you have to take the high road and be like, yeah, we'll do it. But after so long, like literally every negotiation, we lose and never gain anything. So when it comes to like our actual country and our culture, there's no wiggle room at all. Like we ain't giving shit. There's no compromise. You know, it stays as it is. Enemy's got to go. That's kind of where I'm leaning lately.
Whenever we're like, that's like when we get out of a country, we end up paying them to leave, or like wars, we end up paying them.
Right.
And it doesn't make sense.
But they're still popping shots at us though and shit as we're heading out of the country.
That's like getting in a fight with somebody, kicking your ass, and then you paying them money to do it.
Right.
What do you want, kid?
I do respect that, no, because I do feel like that we can't. There's no way I could ever get along with these people, man. You know what I'm saying? There's no way I could ever find common ground with any of these folks. You know what I mean?
I've actually sat down and talked to them.
I've tried to, but they always go insane on me.
Yeah, because I wanted to get their point of view. Why? Because I wanted to know why is. I know we've done some crappy shit before, but why would you attack innocent people?
What's up, Appalachian? Because they look at it so what's up, Leslie? They look at it like they don't want the people to they look at the children like oh, these children are going to grow up to be just like the parents or some shit, or they're going to grow up to be the enemy and shit too. But our side, we don't look at it like that. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I mean, there might be some people that look at, but if war is war, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know about war, but I know people that have been in it, and I know that you do what you got to do and shit. But they're looking at like the.
Oh, go ahead. My bad.
No, you had it.
I was saying, you figure at this point, the whole objective is to pretty much erase the history. But you go up to any 40-year-old nowadays and ask them, you know, things about their history, and they do not know. You know what I mean? So at this point, history's already been erased. Now it's just a matter of, you know, convincing people not to listen to the people who actually remember the history. You know what I mean? 2 generations. All history will be gone, like completely
they
gone.
don't teach it in school.
It makes me sad, man, because I try to keep it. My son, he's about to be 1 year old, man, I try to keep the dream alive in him. The dream was kept alive in me somewhat, and I'm trying to give this boy. Every time he hears the Davy Crockett, the Davy Crockett theme song, Davy Crockett, King of the Wild Frontier, Fess Parker, this boy, he's just like this, like he loves that song, dude. He just becomes mesmerized by it. And I'm thinking, Fess Parker is this boy's hero, though. That's his favorite singer. Jim Bowie, Daniel Boone, all those songs, dude. And it's crazy to see a 1-year-old baby love that shit. But it's because, I'm exposing him to that kind of stuff compared to what else he could be listening. I want him to know about the old school shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I grew up watching Howdy Doody and the Three Stooges and Davy Crockett.
We had my kids are going to high school, my older ones. They said they have a history teacher that says he knows everything. And I said, okay, this is a real easy one. World War II, what did the D stand for in D-Day? and they came home the next day, that day, and said he didn't know what it meant.
What did the D stand for in D-Day?
Yeah.
What does it mean? Doomsday or some shit? Or
No.
See, I don't even know. I'm
Day one. D-Day was
Wow.
day one, and then they would go D-Day plus 2, whatever, and that's all it is.
Well, I didn't even know that.
But everybody said, and then they said the kids in the school kept saying different things that started with D and everything. It's just a military term.
I know it was Operation Overlord, right?
Well,
I'm tripping.
different parts of it.
I digress. I digress. Appalachian, join us if you want to, please. I'd like to ask you a couple questions, but if you... Nah, Bubba, dude. We're just straight chilling. This is a chill stream, dude. I'm about to kick off the best of the late night hideout. It's going to be like a little 12-hour, 13-hour live stream to sleep to, chat to, chill. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I thought this was. And wait a minute. He's put, people are chatting in there. And I'm like, he must be actually.
No, we're actually live right now. We're actually talking and shit, because it's been a minute. So this is like this is a mid-evening hideout kind of deal.
Right.
But I figured it'd be badass to do the best of, because I was listening back on some of that stuff, and we had some of this best stuff. We had some pretty good stuff, some pretty insightful, knowledgeable stuff. You could learn from some of the shit, and some pretty funny stuff.
Hey, I will say though, man, I have met some cool ass people doing these lives, man. Really, like almost a year ago when I started doing this shit, I didn't have any interest in collabing or doing anything. I was just like, I'm gonna do a YouTube channel. Man, I've met some cool, solid ass people doing these lives, man. I know some of them go stupid long, but there's some decent conversations hidden in between all the bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was sitting backstage talking to that tribe. Was it Friday at 5 o'clock in the morning? Like, damn. Then the next night was TJ, Preps, and Lake Ferry up to 5 o'clock in the morning. Backwoods. Right. We're all sitting in the back talking. Like
damn YouTube.
Sunday,
I remember being on one of them things.
Sunday, I didn't even get on YouTube. I was like, no, I don't want to. I need to get some rest.
We got some ladies in the house now, gentlemen. Virginia Roots, Appalachian PIA. How y'all doing?
Howdy ho, neighbors.
Hi. Hey, Appalachian.
Hey, Roots, what's up? Neighbors, Craft Hutch, and Pilgrim. Pilgrim, you had some questions? I can't stay long, but I can answer your questions.
I just wanted to get a quick question in, and it's, if you don't want to answer, I feel you. And I don't want to, hate is hate. There'll be people out there hating. No, there's a video that I know that you probably already know about this, but the Secret Stuff putting this video out, basically insulting some people speaking about like, oh, he's like, oh, I don't talk about anything unless it has something to. What I got from that was he reminded me of that Vice news article that I had seen. But what's your opinion of what he was saying? Because it's pretty obvious what he was talking about. It's pretty obvious the people that he was talking about, and I'm trying to cause no drama or no shit like that.
Oh,
But you know what I mean, though. It's
yeah.
it's like, well, like she is somebody is like, because you guys are like, because we're in this community, but what's wrong with talking about some interesting stuff? You guys was talking about, but did you know about that? What's going on with that?
I do. Josh informed me, and we kind of laughed it off. But my response to Josh, if you want to hear my honest response was, he's an ignorant fat fuck. Meet him anywhere, any day.
Exactly.
I mean, honestly, that's what I thought of him. He looks like a little gnome.
I remember, yeah, you're saying, I remember that, yeah.
He's one of these people that thinks he knows everything and knows Jack.
You can't hate on free speech, dude. You guys weren't hurting nobody, dude. He is like.
Was that the guy that was turning down all the preppers and?
Yeah, it's like if you
that?
smoke cigarettes, you're a piece of shit. Like.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't.
And he was in the tribes live that night, wasn't he?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
But now he showed his ignorance because he had no idea what we were talking about, and he twisted it to fit his narrative, and it made no sense. He obviously either couldn't comprehend or didn't watch the stream, and I'm not sure which.
No, because he ain't getting the kind of love. He ain't getting no love.
Yeah, I mean, he's a nobody.
He's trying to get out there. He's just a hater, dude. Like, it's because, and he wants to talk about some shit like Rolexes and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I can't remember. I can't know.
I don't hate the guy, but I think that he tries to feed off this to get views and viewers and stuff, and I think it's lame, but that's me.
Yeah, straight up, dude. I'm glad that I'm glad that doesn't bother you guys like that and shit.
Oh no,
because it's a nothing, But to me, I thought that was the craziest thing that this dude was. Almost like a 25 minutes or something like that. He was talking about this shit. Hating.
He didn't even touch. I didn't even watch the whole thing, to be honest with you. But he went right around and rewrote the narrative. We never said that aliens were real or that we sit cross-legged or whatever and summons aliens. We never said that.
Yeah, he was acting like you guys are engaging in sorcery and shit.
No. Well, I pegged him. He's either an atheist or a Catholic, and I'm not sure which. And I'm not hating on nobody. I mean, but he lacks faith and understanding, and that's his problem, not mine.
Discernment.
Exactly.
Aliens are real, and I will fight you if you say different.
Yeah, but you can't just, like it's no. I just think it's funny that dude, because like, it's crazy how these people like, how this dude became a part of our minds, like, and now boom, somebody's just like, because we forgot about him for a second. If he made fun of me, that would be awesome.
That dude is the community, basically, is all it comes down to.
That dude was touch.
That dude is the Karen of the prepping community.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's funny.
He really is.
I never watch him. I know who he is. I never watch it, whatever. And I think, Pilgrim, you just said a minute ago, we have this person in analyzing and putting this out in our minds. And honestly, if you don't give them any mind, it won't cause you any mind,
Exactly.
I'm certainly aware, but I'm not going to take the time to look it up just to watch. I mean, who cares? Who cares? Then do something better. Teach us something, I guess, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I would have not known about it because I don't follow him. He offers me nothing.
Yep.
So I don't follow him, but I apparently Prepper Tribe told Josh, and then Josh messaged me. Is how I knew about it.
Yeah.
See, I followed him because he followed court cases on YouTubers and shit like that, and celebrities.
That's how I found him, because he was doing the updates on the name we shall not mention. You know what I mean? So I was following him on that because he was doing updates on that all the damn time. But then as soon as that was over, he kind of like hit the bitch switch and started just talking trash on everybody. Like he started out pretty decent
with no content.
Yeah.
I found him because I went back and looked at some of his stuff prior to ever hearing about him the last time he showed his ass and Tribe got onto him. I went back and looked, and it almost was like he had this unhealthy obsession with the one we're not supposed to name. And I'm like,
maybe it was projection.
You never know.
Right?
I always think of Harry Potter.
When someone says projection.
No.
It was like the one you shall not name.
Yeah.
It's Baltimore.
Oh, yeah.
I named him my shit.
What?
We could start calling this dude Voldemort though instead of his actual name though.
There you go. Why aren't we allowed to say that name? What's the deal with that?
Right?
We can even talk about it right now because that dude has he has some support. He has people. There'd be because it's no hate and shit because like I never even talked to this guy before, but a lot of these other dudes who've been on here for a longer time than I have, like they like he's been, but isn't but nah that dude it's dead now. What's up, Rogue Prepper? But if these guys don't want to.
I would just say that he caused the scene. He caused a very big scene.
A gigantic ruckus. Like it was like a very.
Yeah, no, the story. I had just started out, and it kind of put a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths about preppers, and it kind of messed us up that we're coming out with channels at that time because all of a sudden, Angry stopped promoting new channels and stuff.
Yeah, it literally killed the entire vibe of the community, literally for like a good 2-3 months.
Yeah. Well, some of it's not coming back. Angry's still not, promoting young channels like he was before.
Oh. He's on a whole nother level now. He's like all right. He's probably on some shit where he's like, all right, how do I get to 1 million now? Like, cause I'm getting.
I don't think he cares about his sub count. I think he is who he portrays to be. I think he's that crazy tinfoil hat son of a bitch that's always looking for the escape route.
But he probably doesn't want to bring on people that could be like sex offenders and shit or something possibly on the show.
He's a very humble soul, and he'll talk to you. He'll help you. He has me. He's been very kind to me and never had any reason to be. But I think it broke his heart that I really do. I think it hurt him that he promoted that, and then it ended up being such an ugly, horrible thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it didn't have to be as bad as it was, but just that course of literally 48 hours, man, just blew shit up.
That's crazy.
Appalachian, I put it in the private chat.
Okay.
That's what. No, but I wasn't trying to say he wasn't real. I wasn't, but I was saying, I'm saying once you start getting like a lot of people, and you start getting, but like that would be. I would love to have 1 million subs for my family. For my children's future. I'd be like, oh, this would help them have an even better life than I'm already.
I started out that way, but like I've just now hit like 1,500, and I hate answering emails. I'm like, yeah, I don't really want 1 million because then I'd have to talk to everybody.
A lot of emails. Those do, but because you still want to be real and genuine at 1 million, though, dude. Because a lot of these dudes at 1 million, like Steve will do it, or like the Nelk Boys, people like that. You know, they'll. Honestly, no, these guys that they will kind of react. They'll talk to their fans and shit and comment back and stuff. But is that really them or is that somebody else?
Right. And you don't get to know anybody at 1 million. When you're trying to remember 1 million names, you're not going to remember everybody like you will. You know, I can name 25 of y'all off of, you know what I mean? Without stopping.
That's
I tell people all the time, if I share a story about my life or something I know about, I'm telling the truth, because with all the names I remember, all the people we keep up with, and you know, we say hello to, how's your son, how's your mom, how's your garden, whatever. I can't remember lies. There's no fucking way. There's no way. It's just a genuinity that I think most of us have. So I don't let people like that drag it down too much, you know.
Yeah, I'll get somebody send me an email and talk to me like I'm supposed to know who it is.
Right.
I'm like, who are you? I said, what's your channel name, or what name do you go by? Because I don't know who you are.
100%.
And they'll ask me a question like, I know exactly who they are, and I'm.
Well, you know, and because I was a YouTube viewer I'm talking like a decade before I made my own channel, you do start to feel like these people are your family because they're in your house every day if they make videos every day. I mean, what was that guy that passed away?
Radioactive?
No, not that one. That was sad too. But I
Was
had
it diabetic prepper? Or that's not wasn't him, was it?
no.
I don't think it was him.
The homesteader out in Utah.
Oh, with the needy homestead?
No, not needy.
Oh, damn it.
Anyway, I cried when he died, and I didn't know him.
Is that guy down south?
I know what you mean.
He did a thing on the porch or something all the time.
Porch talk.
Oh, the old guy. Okay.
I can't remember his name. Now.
Oh, he was so cool. Yes.
Yeah, I cried because I felt like he was my uncle or something because I'd watch him all the time and I loved him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had just started. I don't know where I came across the channel or some shared it or something, and I went there and started watching it, and then nothing for a month, and I didn't know what was going on, and then I found out later on that what had happened.
That was so sad. But that
She
hurt.
said Mr. Howie. Monique King 5 said Mr. Howie.
Howie.
Yeah.
Bless Howie's heart.
100%. So wise.
I still try to watch his little wife sometimes, though, and give her support and encouragement.
Wow. Now, was that during the freeze, like the Texas cold shit?
No, it was the thing happened.
Died from the sickness.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The needy homesteader was the people that passed away during.
No, just the husband.
Just
okay, him though. Just that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn, that's crazy, man.
I talk to Heather all the time because I was getting a lot of, cause she got a lot of hate from the community. Well, not the bad part of the community, and I did a video like everybody else did to go watch her channel and stuff, and then but I got like really hated stuff. I got like death threats and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Why? What was the issue with that?
She came and contacted me and asked if we could talk, and I said sure, and started talking to her, and then we become really good friends.
Good on you.
Because
I'm sorry to hear that happened to her.
Absolutely.
Oh,
I mean, her husband.
What was all the hate for? Just people trolling?
People were jealous because she got like over $500,000 on it's money basically.
Oh my God, she lost her husband. I mean,
Yep.
people just do
No
it.
life insurance or anything like that. I mean, there was probably something from the work, but still, you can't replace something like that.
Well, why would you hate anybody? See, I don't understand that. I don't hate something happens to somebody else. I don't understand that whole I hate you because you have and I don't. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I'm happy with what I got.
And she can't, because at the time she had broken wrists, so she couldn't use the phone right. So when we first started talking, I had to do, I forget what, it's some app so we could talk and not type and whatnot. And yeah, she kept saying she was real sorry for all the hateful people came to my channel and stuff. And I said, I don't worry about it.
It wasn't her fault. Poor
Yeah.
thing. That's horrible. See, I never really did follow them. I heard about it and thought it was an awful thing, but that's terrible. I didn't realize that she had received hate from that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
People are horrible.
There's a lot of stuff in the back that like she actually got out of the hospital a month before she said she did, because there were reporters and things at her house, and it was bad.
It's awful. I hate to hear that, man. That's awful.
She just said, make sure you don't tell anybody that I'm actually home. And I said, I wouldn't say nothing like that.
No. Yeah, she does have babies, GMA. I did remember that.
Yeah, and
Children.
they're still going through surgeries and everything.
My word.
Now the drunk driver is trying to get out of it, and more than likely will.
Well, speak on that. That ain't no good, though.
But she's doing a lot better now.
Good. I'm so glad to hear that. And I'm glad she got the money. If anybody deserved it. I mean, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And what I don't understand is if I wanted that, I could, and any of us could. If you want that, go get it. Don't hate somebody else. You know what I mean?
And her husband was the breadwinner that went out and got the money and stuff for working and whatnot. She stayed home taking care of the kids.
Right. Yeah, there's people on here that say, I know how much you guys make. You YouTubers make money.
Yeah.
They think no, do you have any idea? No, we don't make no money. Not unless you are like Angry Prepper. He probably makes a decent amount or something. Yeah, but us little people, we don't make nothing.
And the websites that do that are very inaccurate, because it shows views. It doesn't show how long said person, if they watch the ad or not.
The view time.
Yeah.
That's where all the money comes from, is you got to watch the commercials. That's how they get paid. Figure small channel, 5,000 people, everybody skips over the commercial. You might make 18 cents on that video. You know what I mean?
What if they got YouTube Premium?
It functions in there somehow.
Yeah, it's not as good as it sounds.
Oh no, it's awful. They tax it to death, and you have to consider some of
you do that in your W-2s too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Technically, you're supposed to.
Yeah, they tax like 20-something% before you ever get it.
Whenever I get a million subs, then I'll start doing that stuff.
Get it in.
Because I think you have to make, what is it, 6,000 or something
before you have to claim it. Yeah, I ain't never gonna make that.
I finally just hit 1,500 the other day. Boy, I about had a heart attack. I was so happy.
Oh,
Man, I felt that way, and I got to 300, dude. You know what I'm saying? I got to 315, but now I'm back at 307 again and shit, dude. But I don't even look at the numbers like that though. I've lost like 50 people over 2 days before, but I'm like, just keep on rolling. I know I'm still talking to Laura, John T. McGill, G-Ma, Merkel, Leslie, Hoodow, the list goes on. You know what I'm saying? But still, you know, like it still feels good once you get past each 100 point. But I say probably give me about another 8 months. We'll be at 1,000. We'll see what's good.
Yeah, that's why I mainly did that video, so everybody could go to her channel and watch her. Like I said, I told you don't have to donate. You don't have to give her any money. Just watch her videos.
Put the playlist on, huh?
Yeah. And I actually made a video for her. It was a prepping video, but kind of not in her because she does like canning and stuff like that, and I was doing like gardening ish prepping type thing.
That's awesome.
And she uploaded it so that way her videos would keep on going.
That's a decent human being right there. That's how it ought to be. You know it. That's awesome.
Caring about each other, dude.
Absolutely. I don't like everybody. There's people I just don't like.
Oh,
I
yeah.
like everybody. But I don't.
It's crazy how many people go out there where to hate people, though.
Yeah, and they were claiming it. He's not really dead and stuff like that. And it's all over the news. It's like, did they fake posting it on the news and everything?
Wow, dude, that's so insane that people are going out their way to talk that shit like that, man.
One thing I've noticed for sure is that people seek information and knowledge, but they're kind of restricted to where they look. So you can't blame them for sometimes finding a shitty rabbit hole or whatever. But the idea of curiosity is, I think, the most operative point. Critical thinking, discernment, curiosity, and you can start eliminating your own biases if you start researching, looking into whatever, you know.
Right. Well, everybody has a right to their own opinions and their own ideas. That doesn't mean that we should down others for theirs just because we don't agree. You know.
Exactly.
I will say I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of QAnon people who are like on the fence because that's how they jumped into prepping was through the QAnon gateway. You know what I mean? So they're not really QAnon, but that's kind of like their kindergarten into prepping. You know what I mean?
Yes, I agree with that. Q and QAnon are two separate things. Q's and Anons, two separate things. And I do not drink the Kool-Aid, but I admit the Kool-Aid got people asking questions. The original forum were questions. Why does so-and-so own this company who invested in this company that patented this? Do your own research after that, right? Don't sit and take someone else's analysis. What it is to get people thinking. I was not a Trump supporter when he came in. I've not been shy about that. Ironically, I didn't start looking into him and any of the Kool-Aid until all of this started happening. And I'm like, okay, so this is disproportionate. The amount of hate this human being is getting does not make sense. And especially being that he's a celebrity. And before that, everyone loved him. He's got his shows, whatever. And don't get me wrong, I wasn't a Clinton supporter either. But I didn't get why he was so lambasted. Ironically, getting into that side of the rabbit hole opened up my eyes to where at some point there are certain doors shut right now, but there are still some doors wide open as far as thought and how to look at what's going on right now, you know.
See, I think that was all a dog and pony show. I think that was fake because now at this point, and I meant to bring this up today in my video and I skipped over it. I don't know why. But if you're noticing, Biden is now starting to get hate in the media.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I think Trump still bats for the same, because they all belong to the same club. Every one of them.
Mhm.
Every one of them. You don't get to be president or even as wealthy as he is to not be in the club. I'm sorry, it just don't happen. But now they're flipping on Biden. I think it's all show. That's just me.
That's part of the plan. It's been trust the plan. That has been part of the plan. You know what I mean? I think a lot of this is exactly working out with the orchestrated movements from the puppeteers.
Yes, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
The more hate, the higher the ratings.
That's true, and I think that they put him in there to get rid of him. I mean, he was never put in there to stay.
I think he was put there to rile everybody up, though. Maybe to put focus on his supporters, who are a lot of his supporters are patriots who love this country, and that's not a negative thing on them. But they want to find out people who do love this country, you know. And I think that he kind of helped bring out that patriotism, but he also helped bring out a big divide. Like you really got to know who was like you and who wasn't like you during all that shit. Like who had the same opinions.
You're talking about the T-Man, right?
Yes.
Yeah. See, I think he played into that role.
During all that shit. Cat School, New York Prepper. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Yes.
Do I have an
Yeah,
echo?
see, I think he played into
5 by 5.
I don't have an echo, do I?
No, it's better.
Nope. You're good.
All right. Good. Taking a break from painting, listening to you guys.
So Appalachian, you're saying you think that he had a role to play and he played it.
Yes.
I agree.
He was the Trump card. Nobody ever put that together.
Boom.
The Trump card. You know, I don't know.
See, I look at it from a little bit different perspective, maybe, but as the fact that he was in there, right? So it was something completely unexpected. They all thought it was going to be a joke and it was going to never happen. You know, when he won, it was an actual shock across the entire fucking world. So it's basically, if you can get past the man himself and that, you know, push the movement, if we don't keep it going, then something like that will literally never happen again. They will never allow just another random somebody who's not a part of the establishment to step up and just surprise them like that again. You know what I mean? So it's
how his re-election went.
Yeah, he kicked something off that if we don't finish, then we pretty much fucked ourselves.
He was our laxative.
Yeah, pretty much.
We shouldn't clench our assholes right now after taking the laxative.
Oh my goodness, I love Virginia. You're amazing.
What's your opinion on all this, Cat Skull?
Like there's a part of me when I hear him speak, I feel like I love Trump. And I'll be honest, I didn't vote for him first term. You know, I was New York liberal, kind of like, he's an asshole. But you know what? As the first term to second term, I was like, you know what? Like, he's our only hope. He's best, whatever. Right now, I'm kind of, you know, I don't know. Like, I want in my heart to believe that he is a good person and wants to continue this thing that might be greater than him because, right, he has it all. So, like, you know, this is bigger than him. But I also, you know, there could be this weird psyop. Who cares? You know, I don't know.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, I always say we would be in a better position if he was here because even if he's talking shit, he commands respect, which is not what we're getting with this president.
I have to agree.
In an office.
The other world leaders did respect him. I mean, if he got Putin's respect, and that doesn't happen easy. I mean, Putin's a man.
Yeah.
A shirtless man on a horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He used to be KGB officer.
In a position of power, you need to command respect. And even if you're a bully and you don't know what you're talking about, something that I learned in any business that I've been in, and you know, like I always shot for the stars and didn't know what I was doing, but I was like, fake it till you make it, act like you own it. And I always thought, like, I saw Trump and he's like, oh yeah, I got this. Like, I got this. Like, he was learning as he was going. So you know what? I respect that.
Well, I liked what he presented and how he presented it very much, because that feeds into the American patriot, everything that we are.
Yeah.
The longer he was in there, and then since he's been out, I don't know. I just don't think it was as sincere. I think there was more to it, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I don't see him as a savior, but I see him as a catalyst for that laxative. And my dad told me my whole life, the last people that you want in the government is the government.
Right.
So having a businessman come in, at least put a card in the spoke. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, America's nothing but a corporation, and he is the CEO. So, I mean, he ran it very well from that respect.
I mean, okay, so can I be devil's advocate for a minute? You say
yeah.
that, but like being from New York, we all thought, okay, I remember in the 80s, I guess 80s, my grandmother would she was like into Trump. She was like, oh, he's so hot and cute. We had to go to like, you know, wherever in New Jersey Shore, you know, to see, or Atlantic City, Taj Mahal. And I remember Trump. I didn't know who he was. I was a little kid.
That's where I met him.
And then, of course, I see Trump Towers and this, and I've been there. And I literally worked in Manhattan for a while, and I worked 2 blocks from Trump Towers. I dumped a Starbucks all over his countertop. And I remember saying, oh, Trump would not be happy with me. So, like, that's great. But he also had a lot of failed businesses. But in America, you can have failed businesses that you profit off of.
You still make a lot of money off of
You
them.
work the system, which isn't like necessarily a bad thing. It's what they all do.
And see, that's why I respected Trump, because that's how my dad was, and that's how I was taught to do. You work the system to your benefit. If other people are too ignorant to do it, that's kind of their problem. I mean, the system is set up the way it is if you know how to work.
Yeah.
So I honestly respected that part of it.
I do too. I do too. I just wanted to say, like, he might not be this amazing businessman, like everything's profit, but if you know how to like gain profit off of loss, you know, that's profit.
Well, if the system's set up that way, he wouldn't do anything wrong either. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No. I agree with you.
What's wrong with that, you know?
Yeah.
I know a lot of people don't like that, but oh well.
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know a lot of that stuff, but my husband understands like real estate enough to know that like when like people lose their homes and this from taxes, and it's usually because someone died, right?
Mm-hmm.
He understood you can go to the county. You're not taking it from a family, from the county, and you bid on it at 1/3 of the cost, and you can get it. And this is where we've done some real estate turnover. And like, we would never buy real estate in New York State full price because it's crazy.
Right.
We couldn't do that. We bought less than an acre for $500 in New York State and flipped it for $5,000. I mean, it's not $1 million, but it's something.
Yeah, it's a profit.
Yeah.
But you do that 100 times, you know.
Well, we haven't, but
yeah, that's the same thing my brother does in Kansas. He'll hit those tax auctions.
Yeah, you said, yeah.
See, that's the problem with where they get you, is because, you know, the family could potentially buy it back, but it's whoever's got cash on hand at the time.
Right.
You know what I mean? So if the family ain't got the money to do it, then automatically you're the bad guy who stole it from the family.
Right.
You know?
We had a family, the house that I'm in right now, literally right in, and it was when we bought it. I mean, it's a tiny cottage house. It's cute, but it's tiny. When we bought it, he drove up to it. I got out of the car. I opened the door and I slammed it real fast. And I'm like, no, I'm not going in there. There had been no one in it for 10 years. All the furniture was like there could have been a dead body in there. And it looked like a haunted house. But we redid it, and it's a cute little house and a cute little property. And you know, we bought it for nothing. You know, and now the real estate is crazy in New York, and everyone wants to get out of the city, and we're right there. So it's like a 200% profit. It's crazy.
There's nothing wrong with making I mean, to me, that's an honest living.
Well, back in the day when they used to have those auctions in small communities, all the other farmers used to go over there and stand up there and wait for the actual family to bid 1 penny on it. And
yeah.
nobody else dared to bid on it.
Oh, that's pretty awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah, in small communities, you could do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
It's weird because even this house, after we actually got the deed, because it takes 3 months usually after you get the bid and you win. Some random person came up and the electrician was working on the house, and the guy was like, "What are you doing? This is my house." And I was like, you know, for me, I'm like, "Oh my God, we're taking somebody's house." But it was like the great nephew of the guy who had it, and it was like one of these things that got held up in probate court, and nobody claimed it, and they didn't pay the taxes for like 5 years, so it went to the county.
Yep.
So it was no longer the families; it's the county.
No, it's not like we're taking it from some child who was living there, you know.
Right. Big difference. I get it.
Yeah. But it's interesting that when we're talking about like Trump, like, and of course he was in a privileged position, but it's interesting when you think about that, because it's not like, I guess, like the normal realize these weird things. So when they say, "Oh, Biden said, oh, we're not going to tax them," yeah, we're going to tax them in another, like the normal. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Somebody glitched and I didn't hear anything.
I thought I heard something.
Yeah, Appalachian said something, but can you hear us?
I can hear you.
I didn't say anything, did I?
Huh. Oh, weird. Dude, I heard something too, but it wasn't me. Yeah.
Did I say something?
Well, anyway, yeah. So it is what it is. Like you also have to know how to work the system too, and whatever. Yeah.
See, that's why it always gets me when people are so mad. They're like, "Oh, he's cheating on taxes." He's not cheating. I was like, if I had enough money to find those loopholes, I'd be using them damn things too.
Yeah.
There's there for you if you put in the work.
Probably.
Absolutely, and I respect that. I'm sorry, I do.
Yeah.
I'm like, shit, I don't want to pay taxes. I don't want anybody to pay taxes. If you can get away with it, shit, do you know?
Yep.
I mean, so like, and I just, you know, I want to preface this. I always say it's not me that understands a lot of this stuff that my husband does, but it's him. Like, you know, we put a sliding barn door on a closet the other day, right? And I was like, yeah, let's just do this. And he, you know, he was like, oh, they're $300 if you buy them new. So he went to like some, you know, like Craigslist thing. It was like $50. I was like, yeah, it's cool. Paint it, whatever.
That's awesome.
He puts it up, but he puts a sliding barn door on the inside. I'm like, the whole point of this is like the outside. You want to see the hardware and the this. And I was like, you even do this for a living? Like, but he's very smart with certain things. And, you know, he understands certain tax stuff and real estate stuff. And, you know, I don't think a lot of people understand that because they're just working their 9 to 5. I don't understand it. You know, if it wasn't for him.
Well, I think in our future, as supplies become more scarce, it's going to be an excellent thing to be able to be resourceful.
Yeah.
My husband and I were talking about that because
Did you guys see that new Vice News video they put out against preppers?
Yeah, I heard about it. I haven't seen
the other day, right? It wasn't today. It was the other day.
Yeah, it was like a week ago. A Canadian prepper talked about it recently.
Yeah, yeah.
It was. I watched it, the way they kept them added dramatic music to it and making them look crazy and stuff. It was pretty weird. They were using some respectable people too, like people that we all know. but they were
Is that
using
that
some
one
people
with,
I never heard of.
That's not that one with Bear Independent and
No, that one was cool.
like-
That one kind of
That was a positive one.
yeah,
So
it was
yeah, that one
respectful.
they actually they showed all kinds of respect in that one. I was surprised as hell.
Well,
Yeah.
if they hadn't have,
They
Joe and Bear would have thumped them. They knew better.
yeah, for sure. You're not going
See,
wrong,
that's
dudes.
that just goes to show that they have to watch this community to some extent. You know what I mean? Because
It's
how else would they have
growing.
known to go to those two people? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
They had
I
to
mean,
have found it some way.
I mean, so listen, I made a video and Bushcraft was messaging me. I made a video the other day on Australia with a certain interview recently with a few people that we all know, and I shared the video. It was so heartfelt, the interview, and I was so upset, and I was up till like 4:00 in the morning making this video because I'm a crazy person, but I wanted to do it. And I shared it, and it was there, and it was a couple days, and people liked it, some people, and I got told, please take it down because it's hurting the person in Australia. And I was, of course I'm going to take it down. Within 2 seconds, I took it down. I don't care. I'm not monetized. I don't care about any of that anyway. But I was like, I hope I didn't do more harm than good, because if you have a doubt that this stuff is going on and people are watching in a way, not watching me, but like when it gets to that level for other people, it's extreme. Like the things you wouldn't believe. It's there. It's happening. And
like with Logan Paul.
Yes. Well, I mean, yeah, he's a weirdo, but sure.
He's walked through the Japanese forest. He filmed something he shouldn't have filmed.
Oh yeah, that dumb shit.
Or it might have been Jake Paul.
I mean, that's not even.
It's one of them.
Yeah.
What's up, Keith?
That's not the
Yeah,
one
they're
that's
both
doing
dumb
the boxing now, is it? Is that the same kid?
They're both doing boxing now.
They both are doing it.
And this dude, he was crying because he last it with Floyd Mayweather. He said, "You saw that? I punched Floyd Mayweather in the face right there, dude."
I think that whole incident is what made him want to learn how to fight, because you figure a good 80% of the world probably wanted to whoop that dude's ass after that video.
My
dude.
kids showed me videos of him years ago. I was like, this is
The kids watch his videos. He was on Disney Channel.
It was.
He was not a cool person.
That was the majority of his audience was kids.
They followed him from Disney Channel over to his YouTube
I
channel.
didn't think he was on a Disney Channel originally. I thought he started off on YouTube.
No, he was on Disney Channel. It was a show. It was called this is like my little brother and sisters. Like they're like 15 now, but this is like whenever they were like 8 kind of stuff. Like it was called the something to do with like a mongoose, it was some kind of crazy ass shit. But yeah, he was on that. He got kicked off of it though because of what he was doing on his YouTube channel and shit, like doing drugs and like talking about sex and stuff like that. And like he was still like, you know what I'm saying? Like he has a Disney Channel show.
Yeah.
Disney's so pure. Shit,
Oh,
right?
No, I mean, but like it's like, yeah, but he his whole thing is insane. I just think he calls out so many good boxers, though, people that would hurt him for real. But he says they suck. He fights against people that. But if he were to try to do like a MMA grappling match,
he just started this stuff.
Yeah, but he's been training kind of probably for I guess like about 10 years or something like that. So that's decent though.
It takes some balls to do that for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Like he is a good fighter, but but he's not a good fighter compared to Canelo Alvarez. You know what I'm
At
saying?
a certain point, though, it's not about being a good fighter. If they got a $10 million purse to take an ass whooping, whoop my ass. You know what I mean?
Right.
Exactly.
That's a good point.
People say, I would never get in the ring with him. I said, well, you pay me that money, I'll be sitting there bang, bang, bang.
Yes.
If I have to make it a one round, you'll see my little ass running around that ring,
Right.
90 miles an hour.
I'm gonna hug you like we're
Who
trying
was
to make
it
a
that
baby.
just
Shit.
made like 300 million on a fight just in the last 5 years? There was somebody and
Floyd
someone else.
Mayweather, probably.
Yeah, was it? I don't remember. They
He's
each
made $1
like
billion fighting.
300,000 or 300 million or something like that.
But Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather both got paid
Oh, yeah.
$100 million when they fought against each other.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's $100 million apiece for both of them.
But
Floyd, he's made $1 billion in all his career.
You can't forget though that Floyd Mayweather is a woman-beating piece of shit, though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I almost did.
I just
I
gotta throw
almost
that
did
out there.
until you mentioned it. I've been watching a lot of his fight clips and shit recently too.
Did you guys see the R. Kelly thing? I guess he got indicted. Or
Really,
whatever.
I'm gonna have to watch that documentary
Yeah.
on Netflix about him.
Good.
He got found guilty. Boy, he's looking at some time, boy. He's got
He was like a.
10 years a case.
I was about to say. He was like into like sex slavery kind of stuff, right? Like dark, twisted shit.
Yeah, he's pissing on 13-year-old girls and stuff.
I said piss peeing, but
He had a song. I'm gonna piss on.
I don't know. I remember his music back in
Wow.
the day in the clubs. So you know.
See, that's what's weird though. You know that motherfucker's 55 years old.
Really?
Crazy. And
That's
see, they
crazy.
should have arrested him back when he married Aaliyah.
Yes. Yes.
Well, was Lee underage?
Aaliyah was like what 15 when she married him.
Yeah.
Really?
And then she turned
Here's
up
the
dead.
thing. They're all
Oh,
like
man.
that. If you don't get there without being that, you just don't. It's all
Right.
part of the initiation.
Yeah.
And what he's pissed the Pope off somewhere. And that's the only reason why he's going down the road he's going.
Yeah, because he doesn't have the backing.
Hey, Doc Mac.
What's up, Doc?
R. Kelly used to be the face of Chicago. You couldn't do shit about Chicago without R. Kelly being somewhere in it. And then
Really?
somewhere along the lines, he just kind of disappeared. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Because you can't defend that kind of behavior, though, dude. You can't stand behind that shit.
Right.
Like, oh yeah, he's cool. Like,
You can't be surprised though when you're singing. Just because you're singing romantically about pissing on a 13-year-old, you're still pissing on a 13-year-old. You know what I mean?
yeah, dude. It's still, it's still
Not just
fucked up.
that, it's the intent.
It's
It's
disgusting.
the sexual intent behind it that you get off on it.
And the people that are listening to this shit are young people, teenagers and
Yeah.
shit. Kids will be listening to this shit and it's coming out whenever it's new. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's amazing how stuff like that goes so long.
Oh, it
before-
Dude,
does.
but this Little Nas X guy, I
Oh,
think, is the most evil fucking part of my language, y'all. But he's just the most, yeah.
He is
I was
Whenever
watching
he was
something the other day
in
that showed
prison
that
and
video.
shit, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah, that video popped up somewhere. I was watching something and it popped up, man. That was the
That's
most
the guy with the bloody
nastiest
knife
shit.
sneakers or something.
Dude,
Oh,
I've never seen anything so gay, and I'm not hating on gay. I'm not hating on that. But
It was a Baphomet straddling and making love to a devil character's cat.
Oh no, you haven't seen the new one yet, Virginia.
No, I-
No, it's
No,
a-
yeah, no, that one was bad too. But this
the
new
dude's
one
in
is
prison.
worse.
It's like he's in prison and there's a bunch of butt naked dudes dancing around behind him in the shower and shit, like full blown.
I know. It's like
There's no
it's supposed to be
explanation.
I've missed that.
you're really tough now.
Backlash is like, I ain't there. I'm not doing it.
Don't watch it.
See, but my wife though, she's like she's not like oh my god, she's not like that, she's like a like a 26-year-old fucking woman that would be listening to that kind of shit. Yeah, you know what I mean? And it's like, oh, it's nothing. Like
No. I was there. I was her. So it's fine.
exactly like we sung with all the R. Kelly songs and shit, dude. Like it's like, oh, okay, like, but like I still look at it like this. I'm like, how can anybody watch this video? But think about the millions of children that are watching this shit, dude. That's what has me tripping about it.
Absolutely.
Like the youth of
The
America is
it
watching.
wasn't even a year. Was it like not even 2 years ago? He was celebrated as being the first openly gay rap star, and
Yes, but that's
he was getting so much hate, and now he's just pretty much putting gay porn out and calling it music. You know
But
what I
that's
mean? The
only
evolution, the
after.
way shit happens so fast is ridiculous.
It just shows the slide of society of how
That's
horrid it's
that's
become.
after. That's
I
after
agree.
he did the cowboy shit, though. He did that song of Billy Ray Cyrus, and it was like oh yeah. But there was no like gay innuendos like to that song. There was no like like.
I thought it was pretty gay.
Now that you mention it, and I'm thinking about some of the lyrics, I can see it now. But like,
Retrospect.
but still, like the hardcoreness, the hardcore wasn't there yet. You know, like now it's like it's out there. You know, I guarantee, like, but like I said, dude, like it's sad to think. You know, this is different than like heavy metal and rock and roll. You know how they used to be against that. Dee Snider was, you know, talking to them in court and Congress, talking. This is not the same thing as rock and roll and heavy metal. This is really dark, satanic, sexual shit that's not good for children to hear or watch. Like,
Nancy Reagan had it in for heavy metal back then.
God, but Dee Snider came there and he wrecked house, dude. He said he was like, no, rock and roll's here to stay. Yeah.
Tipper Gore tried to do that when she when the parental advisories first came out. Y'all remember that?
Yep.
The NWA and Easy and all that shit. That was a big thing there for a while. Walmart would not sell parental advisory CDs.
They would sell edited ones. Like they would sell an edited version of Eminem or whatever. You know what I mean? They would dumb down.
That's crazy.
And sell them in the Walmart.
remember that. I had forgotten, but now I remember.
I even remember like back I think I can't remember exactly how long ago, but like whenever you were loading up your MP3 player, you had to distinguish between the clean version or the parental advisory version when you downloaded it.
I remember that.
You get pissed off because you end up loading the first one or two that you saw because you got waiting for waiting for it to load. Like I'm gonna just pick this one. Ah, damn it, it's the clean version.
Right. There are certain songs and movies that you cannot listen to without the swearing. Like any Tarantino movie, not the same, edited on FX, not going to work. You know, certain albums, it's got to have the full spectrum of words in it to be.
I feel like swearing is the least of it these days. It's when they don't swear and they do other things that's bad. You know?
Sure. Well, I can't see
exactly. The language is
better or clean.
I'm not against the cussing. I'm against the imagery.
No, exactly. Words are words. What?
This is a little. My bad, guys. This is a little Nas X. He's saying he's pregnant.
Things you can't unstate. Thank you. Is this like
Jesus?
Like After Dark over here? Because that's really dark. Like,
see, like I'm old school. Like I love some Al Green, some Temptations, like R&B.
My bad. Y'all blame Leslie.
Actually sing, but like if you listen to R&B now, you literally cannot get a pure R&B song like some Al Green type shit nowadays.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, every 5 seconds you're gonna have some kind of rap hook in there that completely destroys the song. You know, just
oh my
shit,
god,
ruins the whole mood of the song. Just listen, you know what I mean,
dude.
It's not.
Do you know that? You know California Love, Dr. Dre and Tupac. You know the dun 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 dun. Dun. That's originally a song called "Woman to Woman" by Joe Cocker. You know the guy who sings those words. And that song, it slaps harder than California Love. And also a whole bunch of them. Nothing But a G Thing used to be a song by Leon Haywood called "I Want to Do Something Freaky to You."
Yeah. They used to get them old records and copy that.
The Cool and the Gang right here as one.
See, that's the thing. Pilgrim will never experience a mixtape, like a true mixtape.
No,
I wish. I wish. No, I only have an iTunes playlist and shit.
No, we would sit there for hours. We would take it off the radio.
I remember listening to the radio station with my finger on the record button for a good song to come up. Boom, hit it.
Dude, that'd be cool, dude.
No, that's
you get
not
some
the one I wanted.
You get commercials from like back whenever those times were going on too. That sounds badass.
It was
fun. How many of y'all remember this though? You got the cassette tape. You got to get the toilet paper wet and put it in the 2 squares on the top.
Yes, on a record. Yes.
I don't know anything about
And
this.
then you had to design the wait, you had to
Where's
design
Pilgrim
the
over here? He
cassette
didn't
box
know what we're talking about.
You'd get
Right.
some plain cassette tape that was horrible, and you'd record over it with the cool stuff.
Oh, darn it.
You could do that to a VHS
Damn it.
too.
Yeah.
I got to rewind, put the
Rewind
tape
it.
back in there.
Right.
My car, I got a not a VHS tape in my car, but I got a cassette player in my car. It's hard to find cassette tapes now, man. Though
Hey, yard sales and Goodwill, man. You load up on the cassettes. Sometimes you'll come across. I had somebody I come across last year at a yard sale that had one of them briefcases
Yeah.
full of cassette tapes, and it was all Charlie Pride and Rhonda Vincent,
That's some
fucking
classic finds.
Tanya Tucker, all that good. I was like, hell yeah! It was like $2 for like 50 cassettes. I was like, let me get that.
And those are popular now. Do you guys know that vinyl records and cassette tapes have sold more than CDs?
Yeah.
And like finally in the past, then they used to not though when the CDs came out.
My daughter bought her boyfriend like a vinyl record dedicated to him, and I was like, whatever. She just went to Lollapalooza. I literally went to the first and second Lollapalooza ever, and she's like, "Wow, you're so cool." And I'm like, whatever. Like that. I do that.
Well, the first and the second, whatever Lollapaloozas are going on today will not compare to those Lollapaloozas though, because the artists are just not the same. Like.
No. Peppers, I saw Beastie Boys live. I got thrown over the wall. MCA like blew me a kiss. It was amazing. Poor guy died of cancer. Love him.
Oh, wow.
Love all those
I've seen Beastie Boys too.
Say Cypress Hill, they used to have
Cypress Hill,
a cannon. So like halfway through the show, they'd fill that air cannon full of joints and fucking ecstasy and shit and shoot it into the crowd.
Yeah, that was awesome.
See, they don't be doing that now.
Drop money from the ceiling, the dollar bill. I still have the dollar bills.
Wait, what? Really?
In where was it? Charleston, West Virginia. I went to an AC/DC concert, and because I was with the carnival at the time, and I drank for a whole week without paying for anything except for
I love these
AC/DC dollar bills.
Great. Keep going.
And like I said, I drank the whole week. And they had I went back like 8 years later, and they still had my dollar bill up there on the wall in a frame.
That's awesome.
I thought it was cool.
That's awesome.
Different owners.
I met Bret Michaels twice at a concert. First time, coolest guy I ever met. Super, super nice, not weirdo, creepy.
Yeah.
Second time, he was like, oh, to me and my girlfriend, like, come on the bus, like, hang out. I met him. He was drinking vitamin water, talking about his daughter the whole time.
This is the older,
Who was
older
this again?
version.
Bret Michaels from Poison.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's
I have
diabetic,
pictures.
right?
I need to share them.
The younger version didn't drink.
My
no
mom
vitamin.
was in love with Bret Michaels, though, and like all those guys.
Probably 10 years ago I met him, so I wasn't
Oh,
like
okay, yeah.
young.
Oh, so it's different than back whenever it's like they
This
would come out
after
new
his
songs.
Rock the Love days.
Okay.
Right after.
We were
So
all
like
in love with
when
Bret.
I met him, they were like, "Oh, are you the girls from Rock the Love?" I'm like, "No, I'm not." But like, he was so super, like the nicest, most respectful guy, and he was like, "You know what, Allie? I get to live my dream and play music and have fun." I was like, "You're awesome. Like, you're a good person. Like, you're great." Like, he was not a weirdo, and he was just doing his thing and flirting with the fans that wanted to be flirted with, and that was it. Like, he was an old guy, like living his dream.
Yeah, when I seen him, weirdest damn thing to have in dressing room and stuff, which were all in the same dressing room, but they had Mad Dog, if you know what that is, MD.
Mm-hmm.
That's
It's a-
it's
It's a
If
very
you need to
cheap
drink
alcohol.
Mad Dog,
Yeah,
I know.
yeah, it's very cheap.
Mad Dog is beer, or is that liquor?
Mad Dog 2020, great all day long.
I know.
It was
It's like
great.
bootlegger, huh?
It's nasty.
It's kind of
That's
like a
that rock
malt
gut
liquor.
shit.
Malt
crossed
liquor. That's
with
what
a
it is.
wine
That's
cooler.
exactly
You got to
Okay.
drink it out of a brown paper bag, otherwise it's just not right. You know what I mean?
It's awful.
But they had them all lined up on the makeup stands or whatever they were called. They had them all lined up, and I was like, really? I mean, of all places, but they had other stuff there too. But I won't. Well, I guess it makes sense because somebody has it hanging in there behind them. So
Sure.
they had bags of it.
Yeah. No, he was a really nice guy. I mean, he had the stage fall on him. He won The Apprentice with Trump, right? Like he was kind of like accomplished in his own little regard. And when I met him, he was like, "Oh," he's like, "What's your name?" I was like, "Allie," and he was like, "Oh, do you want a beer?" And I was like, "Okay, sure." And he was like, and he started talking. I was like, "Brett, where's my beer?" And he goes, "Oh my God, I'm the worst bartender." And he gave me like a Corona, and then he's drinking his like vitamin water, and he's like, "I'm diabetic. I can't drink. Like I got all this stuff going on." And I was like, I hear what you're saying. Like, that's cool. Yeah, he was a cool dude. He was a really nice person. So
I think it's CJ.
CC DeVille. He was a
he's
insane alcoholic and
he is
shit.
a dick. But he basically picked on everybody. Everybody in the band. He picked on everybody, and he was.
Who did?
CJ.
Oh.
And everybody else was really cool though.
Yeah.
Shit, the greatest band ever though of the '80s, dude. Like from the hair metal era of their genre of those guys.
Metallica.
No, that's thrash metal though. That's
not thrash metal. All right.
No, Metallica and
started out as a hair band.
No,
They're a hair band. They're a hair band pro. Yeah.
But I'm saying like the traditional, like they are all these guys are influenced by Def Leppard, band Saxon, bands called Venom. It's called the new wave of British heavy metal was a big influence on the American heavy metal scene back in those days. Van Halen was a huge influence on this glam metal scene.
See, that's what I never understood. Van Halen, there's not a single thing about Van Halen that I like.
Come on, dude! My son was born 5 minutes after Eddie Van Halen
I only
died.
like David Lee Roth because he was in Weird Science.
David Lee Roth. Oh man,
check that out again. He's a great podcast host.
After Van Halen, after he left or quit or got kicked out, whatever it was, he did that tour where he had sung that Jump song, and me and the drummer carried him up to his room in Phoenix because he couldn't walk. He's a heavy dude. Oh man,
he's big. Yeah,
I just by looking on like MTV and stuff, doesn't look that big, but oh my God, he was.
Okay, you're talking about Eddie Van Halen himself?
No,
David Lee Roth.
David Lee Roth. Okay, my bad.
I'm sorry, I like David.
Wow.
Yeah, he was cool when he was actually awake.
He was a drummer back in the day. He was also a music technician and shit, huh? Back in the day.
Who?
He was a music technician and drummer and stuff like that. He was
I was a drummer, but I don't. To this day, I don't know how to play drums.
It takes a little bit of rhythm to get on them drums, dude.
I was a totally different person back then. I was really bad in things.
I was I was different too. We're all different.
And yeah, once I had a kid,
Yeah, me too.
completely changed.
I was hell on wheels till I had my daughter.
Well, you have to. You gotta like step up and be something. So, you know.
I was a saint from the day I was born till today.
Saint Hutch.
Yeah, I want my Saint Hutch emblem.
Yeah, Saint Hutch. I'm gonna pray to Saint Hutch tonight.
We get some candles made for him and stuff like the Saint Hutch candles, or he's like.
I was up for a Nobel Peace Prize, but I turned it down because I'm humble. You know what I mean?
Not that that means anything, right?
Right. The $1 million check.
Motley Crue was cool back then too. I met Nikki Six.
So I met I don't know if you guys know Mighty Mighty Bosstones. I knew them.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever had to knock on wood, dude? That was
I did have to knock on wood.
that's one of their like that dude. That song was
yeah. Of
I
course
remember, but I remember whenever I was like a little kid, I was probably like 5 or 6 years old when that song came out. But I remember I was loving it. I was with my dad, and I was like, "Oh, what?" And it was really like it spoke to me as a child. Yeah, like, that whole like ska like scene, dude.
Yeah, no. The first concert my brother went to was No Effect, so if that means anything, I brought her.
I've heard the name is familiar to me. I know I've heard the music.
So she went to the first Warped Tour ever.
Yeah.
You guys know Warped Tour?
No.
Oh yeah, I've heard about Warped Tour. My friend went to the last one they had a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Whatever.
The only person that I've ever got to like hang out with like that was like Tech Nine back in the early 2000s.
Oh,
but pretty much anybody who was smoking and doing the damn thing back in Kansas City has hung out with Tech Nine. So that's what I'm saying. It's really not saying much.
Oh, he's from Kansas City.
Yeah,
dude, people love Tech Nine where I'm from. Like, I don't care for rap music too much, but people love Tech Nine where I'm from.
I didn't either, but he's
like
he's
a
nice
hero in
mix.
Tennessee.
He's got some nice rock shit too, though. I'll say that.
He does.
I was more into like punk music and like rock and stuff. So
I tried
like 9 Inch Nails. I love 9 Inch Nails.
I saw.
Oh, go ahead.
I saw Stone Temple Pilots whenever I was 5 years old, back whenever the lead singer was still alive.
I was like, boy.
Yeah, man, it was awesome.
I played the hell out of some Bush Razor Blade Suitcase. I played the hell out of that damn CD when it came out.
Dude, Bush, that was a damn good album, dude. Bush, they had a lot of good bands. Nirvana, dude, I have a tattoo right here of their symbol, dude. Like, Nirvana's what got me into
I was
the
in
music
like
scene.
9th grade when Kurt Cobain died, and I was like, it was like my JFK Jr. moment. I like cried at my locker, and I was like, Eddie Vedder killed him. I know he killed him.
Yeah, my mom said she was tripping.
See, y'all are gonna hate me, but I think Nirvana is a bunch of pussies. I'm sorry.
I know you said that before.
They are.
But the sounds and the music sounds good. Yeah, but their like personalities, 100%.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Yeah,
I've never heard of Nirvana or Sublime until the lead singer
I
died.
love Sublime too.
Do you guys ever seen the movie? Have you guys ever? What movie? This dude right? His brother was in Dazed and Confused, but this guy's name is Jeremy Landon. He was in
Make
the
yourself
Kevin
big.
Smith movie. A Kevin Smith movie. Let me see. I got it right here. You guys, this is gonna blow y'all's mind. But I got drunk with this. Yeah. Boom. Thank you, Virginia, and thank you both.
That was like the It movie when we were kids.
Yes.
This guy had come to my job, right, for some kind. He was showing a music kind of like, and then he was showing a movie thing for like he had a short
see
movie.
you in Mallrats. You're like Mallrats material.
Right.
Sorry, no offense.
No, it's no trips. No. I see that same vibe. No, I was hanging out with this guy, smoking. I don't want to get Jeremy Landon in trouble. He lives in California, but we were smoking weed and getting drunk, watching his movie. And there's this one chick. She was I forgot this other chick though. She was from like one of the new Friday the 13th movies and shit like that. As one of the people that get like killed in it and shit. And like there's all kinds of people. Butterbean was there, but he wasn't drinking with us and stuff like that. Like he left with his family and shit, but yeah, like that was I told him, I said, dude, you want to go to the 50-yard line with me? And he was like, what are you talking about, dude? Because I thought but his twin brother was in the Dazed and Confused movie, Randall Floyd, and he said, let's go to the 50-yard line, man. But he was like, what are you talking about? I was like, dude, I thought that was your movie. And he's like, what?
That is so funny.
Jeremy Landon, if you hear this, hit me up again. We'll touch base again, sir.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's funny.
Dazed and
So you
confused. That
probably
brought
were
back a lot of
born
good memories.
later than you needed to be. You're like a little old school in your heart.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm at least like probably like 1,000 years old in my heart
I
or
don't
something
know
like
about
that. But no, I feel like no. But seriously though, I feel like my vibe though is definitely maybe like the 70s style though, you know, of like just the music, the energy, the soul music, you know, like soul music is my
Yeah.
but I like rockabilly though. I go back to like the 50s, the early 60s, you know, Carl Perkins, you know, like those kinds of dudes and stuff. Lil Richard, Jerry Lee Lewis. But like I work with this one dude, his name is Kevin. I'm always like singing these songs and talking to this dude, and he's like 58 years old, and he's like, Pilgrim, like what the hell are you talking about? And it's like, dude, I just listen to this shit. I just cannot listen to nothing new. I try to, but it just doesn't, like, I don't feel it in my heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, the rock and roll died with Kurt Cobain.
No.
In my opinion, slightly.
I like some rap music, but like I'm not like for anything after like 1992. I'm good. So
exactly, because it's all.
Rock and roll died when Nirvana hit the scene. That was how I felt about it.
I would say that.
I can.
No, because if it wasn't for Nirvana, we wouldn't have the Foo Fighters, and that kind of opened up a whole new genre.
I don't like Foo Fighters. You know what? I don't like Foo Fighters. They wanted to go to their show, get the vax. You can join in. Fuck them. Sorry.
Oh, really? They do that? They went that crazy? Damn.
In New York State, they did. I don't know.
That's probably how they are everywhere then.
Gotta be honest, I've called the Foo Fighters the Poo Packers for about 20 years.
Yeah.
All of their music is fucking terrible.
They're one of those bands that kind of like U2 that like everybody knows at least 2 songs from this band.
Yeah.
It's like you don't go out and buy the record, but if it comes on the radio, you know every word to that damn song. You know, it's one
they'll
of
be playing that song on the radio nonstop for like 3 or 4 weeks. And that comes out.
Yeah. I hear you though. I hear you.
One Nirvana song, and I don't even remember what it was.
There's a lot I like by him. They have a whole list by him I like.
Smells Like Spirit, Rape Me, Fire.
Pretty much every one of their, like all of their albums, I've like.
Yes.
Like there's a.
I think Courtney killed him anyway. So.
Oh yeah, she hired. I think the lead singer of some like band. I forgot which one it was.
You know, their son or their daughter doesn't even, or his daughter doesn't even talk to the mother anymore.
Right.
I heard the daughter is like some kind of weird mind state too as
Probably.
well.
I mean, I don't know about that, but I know she's
from the mom. Because Courtney Love's not cool.
You know, Courtney Love was dating the guy from Smashing Pumpkins. Is how she met Kurt Cobain.
Billy Corgan, he's the worst. Yeah. He's the worst.
Yeah, she met him at a party, and they went out on a date, but he had to leave early, so she ended up meeting Kurt Cobain at that same party because he left early.
I didn't know that.
Wow.
It says right here.
So the second Lollapalooza I went to in New York City, Smashing Pumpkins closed it, which I really liked Smashing Pumpkins. And when I heard them live, I was like, this is literally the worst. We all laughed. He was horrible live. Horrible. So, no, I'm not. And he was just weird, and I didn't like him. I didn't like his vibe.
I was a big REM fan back in the day.
Yeah.
Well, a few songs, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
Here's,
nowadays they would be like, I don't know.
There's a couple good bands. Camp. Okay, that's my thing. I'm gonna have to refix. But
Nine Inch Nails I thought was amazing back in the day. I saw him live.
now, you guys are gonna check out a couple new bands. There's a couple of bands. They're called Camp. Is one. They're kind of like on this folk rock kind of level. Mumford and Sons, but they've changed into more of an electronic level again now. The Lumineers.
They got Mumford and Sons has got a good song about Kansas City. It's smooth as hell. I can't find.
They're bringing it back.
It's,
But they're from England, though, so it's crazy. But they're bringing it back, though, still.
Yeah.
But it says right here, real quick, before we the Francis Bean Cobain, we talk about them. She just got divorced 12 days ago and lost a $6 million guitar she'd got from her dad in his will.
Oh, Francine.
Yeah, the daughter did. Yeah, it's
Why?
crazy.
Why did she lose it?
Because she was worth more money than the husband was, and he got the alimony and
Wait,
stuff
she
out
was
of it.
married to someone?
Yeah, she was.
Well, that would be removed to marry some man when she was so young.
Yeah, I think she's like 28 now or something like that. 20, she's about the same age as me now.
So young,
Feel really old.
I'm like 25, so I don't know. But
The
anyway,
thing about rock nowadays, though, is everything's turned into that emo shit, and it's like I like Breaking Benjamin and
yeah,
you know, stuff like that. They all sound the exact same. You know what I mean?
They opened the door, but Pearl Jam, Eddie Vedder, everybody's voices till this day is still trying to sound like her. Still trying to sound like Eddie Vedder. You know what I'm saying? Like with like Creed and them, all that. I bet that was amazing, huh? I'd love to see some Pearl Jam live.
You know, I saw.
I like Nirvana more than Eddie Vedder back in the day, but I can appreciate Eddie Vedder.
Yeah, I can appreciate him. He's got a wide range, and as far as emo bands, the one that I saw live at a festival that shocked me because they were so fucking good live was Death Cab for Cutie. Don't laugh at me. But live, they were amazing. And furthermore, the worst concert I have ever seen was the biggest disappointment of my life, and you all will never believe it, but it's the truth. Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yes, I agree. I saw that all
fucking awful. What's his name? Anthony Kiedis.
He has a book, his autobiography kicks ass about his life.
Oh God.
Yeah, I agree. And I also saw Smashing Pumpkins that day, and both were disappointing.
Right?
Really? It was terrible, you say?
Oh, it's terrible.
I thought you were saying it kicked ass.
No. It was the worst concert of someone that I saw them in about 2007, and I was so fucking excited. Been, 15 or so years I've been a fan, and it was terrible. Anthony Kiedis did not want to be there. The best part of it was Flea and the guitarist, I can't remember his name. They did a acapella solo of How Deep Is Your Love? How Deep Is Your Love?
By the Bee Gees?
It was amazing. That was the best part of it. Mostly the best part of it is that at the beginning, Cyndi fucking Lauper. He came running through and did a couple of songs, and it was like, holy shit, Cyndi Lauper. Okay, this terrible concert is worth it now. Just but yeah, Red Hot Chili Peppers, terrible live.
Two of the best bands I ever saw live. Green Day, saw them multiple times, twice live, like once before they were even anything, once when they were big, and second time on Broadway, or third time on Broadway. So that's like really cool.
Green Day is the only band that I will literally climb down from a roof just to change the channel.
Oh God!
No, Hutch, but so when I liked Green Day, I had to order them from like California. Nobody knew it was before like their main thing. It was like a whole thing. But anyway, and then Beastie Boys, hands down, best band ever.
Okay, I saw Beastie Boys in 2005 or 6, and it was the best fucking concert I've ever been to in my life.
That's awesome.
When they started Paul's Revere. Now here's a little story I've got to tell about every 60,000 people sang every word. And it was oh my God, that was the best show, dude. And MCA, when he died, May 5th, 2012, I was literally crushed. That's the last celebrity I've been sad that died, was MCA.
Yeah.
Leslie,
I will say though, if you ever get a chance to go see Shinedown, if you know who that is,
I've heard of him.
Man, that dude live, you cannot tell the difference between him and the actual CD. That dude is pitch on everything and still jumping around, hyping everybody up. I seen him in Rockfest in Kansas City. I don't know, 05, 06, somewhere around there. Man, that dude. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it
Leslie, I agree. Leonard Skinner, hands down.
It's the brother now of the original lead singer singing, though.
Yeah.
Guys, I want to hear like mine was Paul McCartney. Guys, I went for my 19th birthday with my mom.
When did you go?
20,000. We was in Orlando, Florida. It was my 19th birthday. We
What
went.
year
I mean,
was
my
that?
mom went. Huh?
What year was that?
I think it was 2013. So yeah, it was his
You know
Out
what?
There tour.
You know what, Pilgrim? I was living in Orlando that year, and I got invited with a guy who wanted to take me on a date to that concert in Orlando, but I was with my kids, and I was like, no, I can't go. And he was sending me videos of Let It Be with Paul McCartney singing. And
I was crying during that song.
and I showed it to my husband, and he took me, I think, the year my son was born, so 2019, he took me in Brooklyn to see him finally. And you are right, that actually is the best concert I ever saw live.
He's so powerful and he's like 75 now
Oh,
at
yeah.
this point.
And it was
he
hours.
was playing for 4 hours exactly, straight doing encores.
You are right. Yeah.
And he sounded just as good as he did whenever he was back in his Hard Day's Night. Yeah, if not better. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, here's one for you. If you could have any band that is like dead right now, the original, go to that concert, who would it be? Mine's Michael Jackson. I don't care. That motherfucker.
Okay. You know what? I think I would do Beatles because that
I was
reminds
about to say the Beatles
I
too,
love
yeah.
Paul McCartney, and yeah.
I'd go for the Doors.
What?
I was
Nice.
I was almost named after Jim Morrison. I was almost named James Douglas. Yeah, dude. That movie.
Decide.
Which was that, Appalachian? I'm sorry.
I said that's too hard for me to decide.
So many
Well,
greats.
Yeah.
When Hutch asked the question, my immediate knee-jerk reaction in my mind was Queen, and I see Buck put that up, which is funny. But Freddie Mercury, if you watch him at Live Aid or at all these things, and
Yeah.
as a showman and skilled artist, dude, he fucking amazing. So Queen, and then my second knee-jerk reaction was Janis Joplin.
Oh,
yeah. She's
yeah.
good.
Yeah, she was awesome.
See, I personally think
Jimi
Jimi
Hendrix
Hendrix is
would be a good
overrated
one.
and the Beatles are overrated.
Right.
I could get hated, but I think
Overrated?
Jimi Hendrix and the Beatles. I mean, I like the Beatles, but like there's not a single Jimi Hendrix song that I like.
I like a lot of Jimmy's songs too. I gotta be real with you. Do you don't like Voodoo Child, When Christ Mary, Castles Made of Sand,
Hate
Hey
it.
Joe, Purple
Can't-
Haze?
as soon- I literally, I hear that first two notes and I know what that song is, and I'm like, I don't want to hear this shit. You know what I mean?
All Along the Watchtower was the Bob Dylan cover.
I liked him when he just did his guitar, no singing at all, just playing guitar.
He
It
was
was so
a
much better.
phenomenal guitarist. Absolutely phenomenal.
I'm into his voice a little bit.
But my father can play Jimi Hendrix by ear. Like my father's very gifted. Like we would come home at night and he'd be like, and like friends would be like, "Oh my God, your father's insane." I don't have appreciation for that, but like I can understand it. Like
I agree. The Beatles are overrated. I agree with that one. But Hendrix.
God, I hear that a lot though.
On the.
I like you.
We got Beatles
See, no,
team on this side. Beatles.
I think Hendrix is too loud for me. I don't like the scream. I'm more of a Stevie Ray
I don't
Vaughan
like
kind
the
of guy.
music either.
Yeah. You give me some Stevie Ray, man. I can listen to that for 12 hours straight. and
I
be
never
good.
got down with Stevie Ray I hear
I don't know. I call these people, they're Illuminati, so whatever.
yeah, they all are exactly all of them. Even like you can go, but Ray Charles was Illuminati.
yeah,
like
I
you can go to Nat King Cole. Like
Sorry, I knew how to change the direction of the street real quick. Like I knew how to.
Yeah, because we're like these.
Still are. That is part of the initiation. You do
Exactly.
not without that. Period.
They
point.
used to be my heroes too. Like these guys I used to idolize John Lennon and Kurt Cobain, like in Jim Morrison. Like, how can I like, oh dude, they're rock and roll and like living their life. That's how I want to do it. Like
yeah. And then
it's like, no, that's not the best way to live your life, dude. You know, it's you gotta be a little bit country and a little bit rock and roll. You gotta have a little bit of both.
I like
you know?
being super country now.
Exactly, dude, because it's the best way.
Speaking of Iron Maiden, I used to have so many T-shirts with Eddie on there.
I believe it.
Oh, I have so many damn T-shirts.
Iron Maiden was pretty cool. All right, guys, I gotta go. Thank y'all for having me. Good night.
It's an honor to talk to you.
Bushcraft, be honest. Did you have a monster mullet in the 80s?
I'm gonna go pee on that note.
No.
That's really funny.
Well, wait a minute.
I could see it.
I kind of did, but it was not my fault. I used to have really long Motley Crue hair, all fizzed out, way down bottom.
Oh, so you were full blown headbanger type, huh?
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Big time. And
so, like,
I got in trouble in Vegas, and my uncle. Oh, I used to be a barber in the Air Force. He put a freaking bowl over top of my head, shaved the front this way, and left it. And I had long hair in the back and just a bob up front. And I ended up going to juvie, looking like this.
Oh God!
And in Vegas, they call the juvie is worse than the gel, and they call it the zoo. Oh,
the kids would be messing with you for that shit.
Wasn't in there for 15 minutes, and I already had to take part of a bed apart and fight my way out.
How is this different than a mullet, the cut you described? I'm desperately trying to find a
mullet would have been a lot better. It was horrible.
Hey, that's a hell of a trend that's making a comeback. Like almost every football player in has got the mullet or the porn stash going on.
Yeah.
See, I seen the mullet kind of coming back for a little bit. It's making it, but the mustache though, dude, I feel like it'll be a long time before the mustache by itself comes back though, dude. Like I've tried it, but then I just been like, I had to shave it off though, man. Just having a mustache, like 2020, dude, 2021 mustache, dude. It's not gonna work for for everybody, dude. Like you gotta have it.
Well, I have a mighty mustache.
Virginia, you're fine. You're fine.
Well, without chin hair or a goatee or a little beard action, you're right that a man nowadays with a mustache kind of connotes a certain thing. Like if it's super slim and trimmed and sculpted, you're
either a toucher or a hipster. That's really your only two choices with a mustache.
Yeah.
You're a toucher or you're a hipster.
Right.
You gotta get a twisty mustache.
My poor husband can't grow one. And Hutch, don't ever say I said this. He's like, oh, you think I got something? I'm like, no.
Right. It's like the boy was running around a couple months ago, like, look, see this one. Like, what the fuck are you talking
and then
about?
of course, he's losing his hair. So like my son, his hair is getting a little longer, and he's like, wow, that boy's got really nice hair. And I'm like, okay. So I bring him to the hair salon because I want to like cut his hair. It's like super cut. He's like, he messed up his hair. He's like, next time we got to bring him to a really nice place where they do fancy cuts for kids. I'm like, is that like a thing? Fancy cuts for kids? What is that? I'm like, you got to stop living through this little boy's hair. Like, that's like, you've lost your hair. He has some. Like, get over it. It's super funny.
My boy, I'm about to get him his first haircut soon. See, my wife.
He's almost one.
He's about to be one. Yeah, October 6th.
Are you gonna do that creepy shit?
Are you gonna do
Yes.
that creepy shit where you keep it in a Ziploc bag for 50
No,
fucking hours?
no.
I do.
No, no, I never thought nothing like that. I never thought about nothing like that. But,
I got a placenta in a can, but you know.
they almost
I
kept
think
that.
they're-
We almost kept that for
She,
my son.
she was like, ew to the hair, but like, I got a placenta in hair, but hair, ew. The fuck is wrong with you?
Sick.
This boy, he's starting to remind me of, off The Godfather, his brother, Al Pacino's character, his brother from it. Like the hair off Dog Day Afternoon, his friend, like his hair is starting to look like that. Yeah, like, and it's like, we're going to have to get this boy, because his mama cut his hair, like, whenever he was, like, probably about, because he was born with a full set of hair, like, just a whole bunch of hair.
Yeah.
And his, like, whenever he was like 4 months old, she cut off some of the hair on top of his head for some reason, and she messed that dude up. She shouldn't have done that man like that, because now he's looking like he's Mr. Burns a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, look at this,
See, I get lucky. Everybody in my family keeps their every bit of hair all the way up until they die. 80s, 90s, still full head of hair, full beard. We just thin out of that. You know what I mean?
We got this receding hairline in my family. I'll show you guys here in a second.
It's okay. Trust me, it won't be bad when you're 35.
It
But
comes
some
from the
people I
mother's
know,
side.
it comes from the mother's side.
Yeah, the genetic.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, it does actually. Whatever your mother's fathers had, right?
Correct.
Is that it, Virginia?
Correct.
Yeah.
Wow. Everybody in my family, they got full heads of hair, but the hairline, nobody's got a correct hairline in my family though. Like widow's peaks and all kinds of other things. Like it runs rampant.
I had a widow's peak in the back. Because I got it shaved.
Oh, I never even thought about that.
Don't
I
be
can
showing off
give
my
you some
widow's
of my
peak.
genetics right quick. This guy right here.
Do you want me to put you on the big screen?
They're on the big.
I can't
Cousin
see
Ethan.
anything.
Well, it's yeah.
Oh,
As far
okay.
as the hair goes.
I thought that was your hair you were doing that
No.
Right.
What is that?
What are we
As far as
doing?
the hair goes.
with. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Wait,
Yeah,
I
all I
have
seen
no
was the
idea.
hair, and I'm
A
like,
huge afro.
See, that's how my boy, he's kind of got an afro kind of deal going on. He gets it from his mama, though, because she's from Peru, and that's kind of like this is Afro-Caribbean kind of, I guess, and he's kind of got a little bit of that vibe going on, too. For a second, though, I didn't know that was a child. I apologize.
I know.
I don't
they
light
were
up.
so dark. All I seen
I
was hair. And I'm
I
like,
don't even know what was going on there and stuff.
I don't.
Yeah, for a second, I was like, what is that?
His like face and stuff. So I didn't have the light on, but yeah, it's a
No,
huge
straight
fro.
up.
It's a huge fro. Yeah.
And I don't have like bars on my kids' windows. It's whatever. Kind of.
Oh,
I do have bars on the windows, but I don't want
It's
them.
not, dude. You need to. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, dude. Like, because
And I'm painting,
I look-
so I'm painting. I paint all over my hands. It's fine.
I look at it for never, because my boy, he's, like I said, he's just about to be one. So I'm a little bit more new at this game than some of you guys are. I'm pretty sure you guys have more experience than me. Like,
So
like
the
on this
experience is
panel.
what you think will not be, and just go with it.
I have grandkids older than your kid.
See,
In
exactly.
about
That's what
15
I'm
years,
saying.
he's
Like,
going to turn into the biggest asshole in the world.
God, see,
Yeah,
I
I
want
think
to be
my
my best friend
oldest
forever,
grandkid
though. I
is
want us to be best.
7.
No, you will not
8.
be best friends. But okay, what?
I want us to be, though. I want us to be.
Hey, in about 14 years, he's going to be the biggest prick in the fucking world.
Exactly. Because I know I was rambunctious. I gave my mother hell whenever I was 15.
But if you can ride it out for a good 8 to 10 years, then you can be friends. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
Give
I
it to
never
he's
had
about
trouble
25.
with my boys.
My-
It was my oldest daughter that was rebellious.
Gave you trouble.
Yeah, the boys were all good.
Boys are easy.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm blessed with boys. I have twins who are 20 years old, boys, identical twins, and they look nothing alike. But anyway, they were relatively easy. And this one here, my 4-year-old that I showed you, they're 16 years apart. So, you know.
Wait, Virginia, I didn't know you had a 4-year-old and a 20-year-old.
Yeah, the
You have a lot in common.
that I just showed you was my 4-year-old.
Yeah.
You have kids like that that have age separation, kind of like that.
Oh,
as
dude,
well?
I 2001 is when I had my original kids, which are twin boys.
Yeah.
And
I had mine 1998 and 2001. That's awesome.
My oldest daughter's 32 years old.
Wow.
Hell,
I was born in.
My baby turns 17 in 2 months, and I can't wait for that son of a bitch to move out.
So Alex like, oh, does he have kids? And I was like, well, I think he has a son who had property, but I think I'm like, just piecing together videos, and I was like, I think his son had property, but then he was like, fuck him, he has a girlfriend, and now whatever. I'm like, I'm not really sure. He's like, good for him. Don't give your kid shit. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Well, it's funny, we argue about, all right, there's boomers, Gen X, millennials, and the Zs or Zoomers or whatever we're calling them.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't even know where I fall in that category.
I thought I was I would have graduated in 2000. And I was born in 81, so I don't know if I'm Generation X.
That would be my daughter's category.
You're an X, Hutch.
Yeah, we're X's. Sorry.
Is like around 83, 84. And one of my brothers is 84, or actually he's 82, but he's 100% an X. So there are cusp points, right? But so I look at these kids. So I had some born in 2001. They're 20. And they've been indoctrinated a little bit both ways. They were born, we didn't have cell phones, or we had internet, but it wasn't such a major thing, And now at their age, they both have jobs. One of them has moved out. One of them is possibly about to, but makes very good money. You could get a great place. Point being is they both have said to me, Mom, I really appreciate that you didn't raise pussies.
That's awesome.
And on a serious tip, I never talked to them like little bitches. I spoke to them like people, and there was never a cushioning in of raising pussies that people are doing. So,
Virginia, I love this conversation, and I appreciate you so much hearing this. So,
girl, you're not alone if that's where you have been.
Well, you know what? So I feel like I showed my kids this, and I also gave them a lot. And my older ones, they're like, oh, I think food should be free. So kind of on different spectrum with the older ones, though one is fine. The other one I think is coming around. So I do blame myself with certain things, but the younger one, yeah, no, like I'm not, like it's a different fucking ball game, and I appreciate, I appreciate you as a person, and I'm glad that I know someone who has older and younger, and it's a different situation. So interesting.
Anytime, girl. You know what I do with my 4-year-old that I didn't do with my 20-year-olds is I prop him up on the counter. If I'm scrambling him some eggs, I sit him up on the counter.
Show him how to do it.
Show him. And have him stir it in the bowl. Or
No, I do the same. Yeah. I also think it's an older mindset.
Remember.
Older people. Yeah. I think it's also a maturity thing for us to like realize this stuff more.
Right.
That's awesome. That's cool. Like I appreciate.
I know Bushcraft does the same too. I'm so embarrassed, by the way, because the first time I was on a panel with him, I was like, "Are you from Australia? Your name is Bushcraft." And he was like, "No." And I was like, "Damn it!" And then I looked up the channel. I'm like, "Damn it! I look like an idiot." I've thought about it more than once since then, and I'm so embarrassed for having said that. But
that's sweet.
We got to talking a little bit about homeschooling and raising kids, and there's a lot to think about now that even 20 years ago maybe we didn't know, but now it's a different environment.
Oh yeah.
So Virginia, like, so being the fact that you have older kids like I do, right?
Mhm.
And now you have this 4-year-old. Like my son's 3.5. So did you raise the older ones homeschool, or you're like doing a different opposite thing with the 4-year-old?
I did not with my 20-year-olds, and I wish I did for one of them. So
Yeah.
one is pretty capable with getting through school. The other one, I swear to God, they introduced No Child Left Behind, and
Yeah.
my
Worst thing
eldest
ever.
son, it left him
Yeah.
all behind. He got an F in every class in every grade his entire school history and still passed. And I took him to neuropsych exams, and we did extra tutoring and back things and tried to figure out where he wasn't getting it. And in retrospect, I think a lot of things. I think he's autistic, and I didn't catch it quite right.
Right.
But to move on from that, the system pushed him through anyway.
Oh yeah.
It didn't
And it
matter
will.
how many meetings I went to and how many forms I signed and how many times I said, well, we taught him this or that. They pushed him through anyway. And there were no programs because of funding and Obama Rama and whatever. Ironically, we lost a lot of the options for sort of special ed. And if I could have, I would have homeschooled him.
Yeah.
Special ed is not the way it used to be either. It's
No. Not in public schools for sure. No.
Yeah.
See, I finally decided the failure of the public school system. My brother, they adopted a little girl like on the second she was born, right? So up until she was like 13, she went to a Catholic private school. You know, this entire family, like her mom's side of the family, dad is a detective for 40 years. Brother-in-law, brother is an active cop. It's like 6 actual police in this family. She goes to public school for 1 year. All of a sudden, she's on the Black Lives Matter bandwagon, and she's literally putting posts up talking about, remember when it was cool to brag about the police getting shot, and you were like, yeah, they deserved it, all that shit. She's literally putting this stuff, knowing that everybody in her family is literally a cop, an active cop, and it's like that sudden change, you know what I mean, in less than a year. It's weird, and it's crazy how fast that works.
Yeah.
So like Kay Marie, her channel, like when her and I spoke, she was like, do you remember back in the day? Like, so this is what registered with me. She was like, do you remember back in the day when like we hated our families for recycling? And I remembering like being like 14, coming home, being like, Mom, Dad, we don't recycle glass cans. And I took like the paper bags and I labeled them, and I was like, I put them all out, and I was like, you're killing the environment. You're killing my and I mean, 14, 15-year-old me hated my parents. I hated them. I thought they were killing me, killing my children in the future. And this was like a whole little thing for a minute. Of course, with the do not smoke stuff, and they quit smoking. But she said to me, Kay Marie was like, you remember this, but like we didn't have even slightly the indoctrination that our kids are having now for like a million other things, and the internet, and we had a health class for 45 minutes, right?
No.
Crazy what's going to happen with the public school system.
Health class includes gender now.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Gender of the 35, 40, 50? I can't. I picked up a gun the other day, right? And the guy was like, I picked up a shotgun, and he was like, okay, just fill out the form. And he's like, I'm going to watch you fill it. What's your name? What's your this? Your birthday? What's your sex? And it was like female, binary. And I rolled it down, and he's like, did you mean to pick that? And I was like, I looked up and I was like, what? And it said binary. I was like, no, I'm a female. And he was like, okay. And I was like, I don't even know what that means. Like, I'm not even going there. And he just laughed. He goes, you'll fit into the club just fine. It's like, come the frig on. And my daughter's like, oh yeah, there's like 40 genders. I'm like, I cannot. I don't want to know about them.
And the sad thing is, no matter what we do from this point on out, 200 years from now in our history, there's going to be some school teaching about how America 200 years ago had 60 different genders. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, so Hutch, is it 60 different genders that was ridiculous, or 60 different genders that now we have 120 and we were stupid because we only thought there were 60? Which is
Exactly.
Because we didn't account for all species. All 12 species have at least 10 genders apiece. We were all.
Here's the thing. I mean, like, you all may not like agree or disagree. I don't care what you all do in your personal life. Go like dance around like a kitten in a furry suit. I don't care. Leave our kids alone. Like, just go to school, learn reading and writing, and let them be. And when they're adults, they could do what they want.
Yeah. I agree with that.
I don't care.
Once they're adults, let them discern. But
why are we bringing in
problem
school
with the
systems? Why? Yeah.
7-year-olds?
Why is it like where's straight month? I like to have sex with mom and dad, like a mother and a father, and where's that month?
Right.
And that's I'm trying to talk my two of my kids, they're homeschooling their kids, so I'm glad they're.
Thank God.
Yeah. I mean, my oldest son, talking about the no kid left behind crap. He would not do any work for 8 weeks, and the 9th week is when you got your grades, and he would take whatever 4 or 5 tests that week, and he would ace them. So his grades were really good because all he did was the test, and he didn't do shit the whole year except for the 1 week. And
Do your guys have the school? Did your schools have the option to where, like in 11th and 12th grade, you could literally miss half the day to go to work because you're basically there just to fill time to get that credit?
Yeah, my 2 youngest ones, they went to trade school, and that was the best thing for them to get out of the high school because they actually taught them stuff. My son, it was still is autistic, so they never taught him anything in high school. He had the same grade, and I always told him he's really smart. He reads and spells and everything. Oh, well, we don't see that here, and we can only grade him for this much. And as soon as he went there, he went from 2nd grade reading all the way up to high school reading in a short period of time because somebody actually taught him.
Cared. Yeah.
Right. The attention and time.
And he actually got out of this, whatever they call it now, special whatever it is.
Education.
Yeah.
They call it SLD where I'm from. It's like something to do with like a slow learning deficiency or something like that. But that's not a very good name to be given something like, you know what I'm saying? So they would be I had to take some classes like that. I don't think I'm autistic or anything like that, but I had to take some
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at you. It's just very sweet the way you're saying that.
I don't think
I had to do something. I get some help with homework. You know what I mean?
You know what? I had help with my homework too. You know what? You're smart.
I had a really nice tutor.
Yeah, and this is all part of these labels, though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
my grades went down with the tutor, though.
Ain't that some shit?
So I mean, back in the day, like my husband was like, "Oh, you know, our daughter's not listening in class. Blah blah. She's ADD, ADHD. We need to get her on Ritalin." I'm like, I don't want my kid labeled. Like, I don't want it. And he was like, "Oh, we have to do this," and he fought me tooth and nail on this. And it's like, I don't want her labeled. Like I see this whole thing. We're not doing this. Like, I don't want her labeled. Does she struggle in certain things? Yes, but we all do. We all struggle.
Yeah.
Kid is like, she found my YouTube channel, right? Like, very liberal. Found my YouTube channel. She created a PowerPoint the other day and says, "Mommy, I need 30 minutes of your time." I created a PowerPoint. I'm recording you, your comments, your Twitter. I have questions. I have answers. And I was like, and my husband's like, "Oh, I wish this bitch would like do this in college." But you know, this is the kid and this is what she did. And to be honest, at the end of the day, like everything she was asking, I feel like it was more like, I appreciate you and I don't think you're a crazy person. And her mind is at 22 is opening up and she's like welcoming in a lot of information that you and I all probably see that she didn't see. But she's got to do it on her own speed. And I'm glad that she's like listening. But she did create a PowerPoint based on my YouTube channel. And yeah, I had to answer for it. So yeah, it's funny.
Wow. Yeah, I was always kind of my parents, like my dad, I was between two separate, like my dad and my mom kind of type deal. But my mom, she's like super liberal. That's where I get my rock and roll from. But my dad, he's like more into the conservative side of things, you know, like, and that's where I kind of got that from. But like, it would be like whenever I was at one, I'd be like, "Oh, I hate what you think." But when I was with the other, I'd be like, "Oh, I hate what you think too." But I'd be like, I love what my mom thinks.
Just had to deal with too a little bit, yeah.
Do you guys know what your my bad. Do you guys know what your grandparents' political beliefs were? Because like I was looking back on it today, like, to this day, I have no idea where my mom's side of the family felt politically on a single issue. Like I have no idea, and like I was raised with these people, and I have no idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's interesting.
It's like something we never talked about.
Everybody on my grandparents' side was raised by I remember like they were going crazy over George Bush though whenever he first was running.
Oh my God,
everybody's like,
that's like my generation. Oh my goodness.
and he was like, they was like, "Oh yeah, he's from Texas. He's a Christian. He's a young man. He's George Bush is gonna be cool." Yeah.
Just one or two.
I remember my dad liked Reagan.
Yeah, Reagan.
See, he's not a bad guy, but I have some information about him that he's not a great guy either.
Oh.
See, that's the thing.
He
Just like
made
Trump.
it okay for the what is it, the
like crack cocaine and like guns and shit,
not
and like
crack
gangs
cocaine,
and
for
stuff.
the companies to have no liabilities. That's what I was trying to say.
Really?
Yeah, he made that law because the pharmaceutical companies were like, "Oh, we're not going to like make any more like, you know, whatever, you know, injections for people." And he said, "Okay, if you do, we're not going to give you we're not going to make you liable."
That's dirty.
I can't remember my grandpa ever talking about politics at all.
Well, because people do that. Yeah, exactly.
My grandpa.
No. They
never
didn't
had
do that.
Never
Nobody
had
did that.
running water.
He's trying to survive, huh?
Indoor toilet or anything. That's all I knew when I was young enough to think. I went outside to the old outhouse to go to the bathroom. I didn't go to school. Unless school was more of him teaching me.
That's awesome. You
Maybe
probably are like a cooler person for it.
Somebody who leans conservative is going to be more, you know, they might not know they're conservative, but they know they've got those morals. You know what I mean?
kind of in. It might be one of those situations. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've been
Yeah.
tripping on that all for like 2 days now.
Yeah, I was just sitting here trying to think. I'm like, I don't remember even talking about that stuff. But I was real young too, so 'cause
Yeah.
I would go get dropped off at his place and then be there for a year, and then my dad would come back from wherever, and then we'd travel somewhere, and then
Oh wow.
a few years later I'd end up back there again. And
Where was your mom? Your mom wasn't around.
yeah, my mom was murdered when I was 2 years old.
I'm sorry. That's horrible.
That was
I remember you telling us that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't.
Pardon me for asking.
I can't wrap my
no,
head around
that's
that. You know.
And that caused a whole bunch of like bad stuff and for you, like for your family though, right? Like that, like yeah, you told like you've told us some
How
like
could it not? How could
yeah,
it
definitely, dude. That's gonna affect your whole life. Yeah,
because he turned right to alcohol, and
Yeah. Yeah.
we would go to a certain town or something, start living there, and then he'd get on one of his drunks and get thrown in jail or something. And I'd be living there for months by myself or something like that, or women he would shack up with. I remember one lady that he got shacked up with, and he ended up going to jail for something. I don't know what it was. And we had got into it, and she bashed me in the back of the head with a Pepsi bottle, the old Pepsi bottles, and it didn't break. And I just stood there, and I was going to go after her, but I always knew what my grandpa said, never lay a hand on a woman. I just stood there, and I was like shaking, turning red. I was pissed.
Damn.
you see, and that's just man. Has that made you look at the world in any kind of like a more cautious way?
Oh yeah, because one thing I said, whenever I have kids, we're gonna stay in one place. I'm not gonna move them away from their friends or anything, and I'm gonna have them go to school and do all that. Because like I never graduated. The highest grade I got to was 10th grade.
Me too.
When a teacher smacked me in the hand with a ruler, and I told him, I said, "Stop! Don't do that again." And he smacked me again, and I bopped up and broke his nose, and wasn't allowed back in school no more. I said, "Okay, go get a job."
Man, I had a principal try to grab me, and he tried to say, "Come to my office," and that's not why I quit school. But
I thought you were chasing.
no, this principal grabbed me, and he's like, "Come to my office now," and he was just like just the way it's just like I don't know. It wasn't it's cool. Like it's okay. I believe it's okay for the principal to paddle unruly kids. I don't think it's okay for what this dude did. Like, yeah, I was paddled growing up in school. I think it's okay. I mean, I don't want somebody to paddle my kids though. If you think about it, but I deserve to get paddled though. Like the stuff I was doing, me and my buddies, we deserved it. But I wouldn't want nobody. Like, you look at other people's kids in public, you're like, oh my God, this person's kid's pissing me off. But if it's your kids doing stuff, you're like, dude, leave my kid alone. He's just being a kid, like.
It's a different trust factor nowadays, though. If you look back in the 80s and 90s, if you got called to the principal's office and they had to call your parents, you got your ass busted. Nowadays, it's the teacher that gets yelled at. The kid was perfect. It was the teacher that messed up. You know what I mean? The whole trust factor's off.
Yeah.
See,
Sure.
Yeah.
Teachers used to be like beating the kids, so that's not right. But
I don't think any teachers did, but I think they abused them in other weird ways. So.
yeah, like a Mystic River type shit, Kevin Bacon type shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I was in Green City, Missouri. I was in school. I can't remember this twat's name, but I'll call it. She was a redheaded chick in Green City, Missouri. Back in the early 90s, she was sitting there telling she would literally separate the class from like
you know, the loser kids from the popular jock kids that had money and stuff, you know what I mean? And she would sit there and literally tell racist jokes for like the entire class period. Like I remember I got in trouble once because she said she told a black joke and actually used the N-word like a lot of times. And I was sitting there, you know, I got that look on my face and somebody asked me like, what's wrong with you? I was like, I know black people. And then from that moment on, everybody was like, get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean?
What the hell?
Schools are weird, man. I don't like schools. I don't trust them.
No.
Yeah, I had some
one
teachers
school
like
I was
that.
in. I actually, they had me sign the paddle that they used on me over and over again. That was so bad. I deserved it though. I was really bad back then. But I actually signed the. They said you get in trouble one more time, you're going to be signing the paddle. So every time.
See, with the paddling, I feel it's different. Like if you're 15 or 6, with my 15 or 16-year-old like son or some shit, I would feel different. But if they're doing that to like my daughter, or if they're doing that to like my young son or some shit like that, or any of my young kids, like I'd be pissed, dude. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't even know if I would even paddle my child. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't think.
I spanked my son. I was like, I'm gonna spank your hiney if you don't behave. But like, I don't want any weirdo creepo like in
Because
school.
you don't know this guy. You know, you make a very valid point with that. Because I do not know what this principal is thinking when he's doing that shit.
No. You
See, it
so
used to be
like,
where
I appreciate
the
like
neighbor could whoop your
like,
ass and
you
drag you
cannot
back
trust
home.
people. No.
Exactly. Yeah, but people used to be more trustable back then.
Yeah.
You know, it used to not be as like now. It's like people. I don't know. People's vibes are fucked up nowadays, though, for sure.
Everything's messed up.
Like, I used to have neighbors on the other side of town that would drag me home by my shirt. You know what I mean? Talking shit to me the whole way and hand me off to my grandma or my uncle. You know what I mean? Just so I can get yelled at some more.
They just keep an eye out for you, though, making sure you're safe.
No,
Guys,
you could beat your ass though. If you're being a punk ass bitch, if you were some little kid on the street acting out or doing something stupid, I got beat by more than one neighbor I did not know in the 80s, and I was born in 78. It didn't matter.
I'm 2 years older than you.
Who is?
I am.
My mom was born in 78 too.
Yeah. No, I was born in 76.
I remember one time I was living with my grandpa, and
All right, I'm gonna put the video on pause because I'm gonna keep painting, but I'm listening.
Okay.
I got
already.
I got into it with 3 guys, kids, and when I got home, my grandpa asked what happened, and I told him what happened. He says, "Come on," and he grabbed me, and we walked to one of the kids' house, and he knocked on the door and says, "I want so and so's ass out here, and they're gonna fight one-on-one." And then my grandpa says to the father, he says, if you step in, I'm gonna stomp your ass. So me and the other kids started fighting. I did my business, and we went to the next house, and I did 3 houses. And the last house, the dad tried to step in, and my grandpa was old coal miner, so he's picked up tractors. He got the guy with one hand and went. He was like limp after that, and said, "They're gonna fight."
What state around are you from, or was that? I'm just curious.
Ohio.
Okay. It's fucking amazing. There's
my grandpa, there's a coal mine in Ohio where 89 coal miners died. This is in the 1900s, 1920s or 30s, somewhere in that time frame. And he had a fever at the time, so he went back to his house, which was connected to the coal mine in a shanty next door. And he was having lunch, and the coal mine had blew up, and one of his brothers I'm named after is Charles. He died, and my other would be great uncle, I guess, died there too, and he went in and carried all these men out by himself. He's the only one that lived. It's a big thing. It's coal mine, Ohio coal mine. I forget what the name of it was and everything, but that's where I grew up, right there, where that old coal mine was. I played in the buildings after it was destroyed and stuff like that.
West Virginia is connected to Ohio, so the coal mines, do they traverse each other right there? You always
Probably. It's the southeast.
Right.
I think is Millfield, Ohio, is where the coal mine is.
We're probably not too far from all of each other, man. Because I went through West Virginia. I loved it, dude. They have some cheap land out there as well, dude. I was looking at
that was where my husband and I were like
looking over there.
Other land. That's where we want to go, not just because it's cheaper, but because it's like less rural and people are cool and
exactly
beautiful. It's beautiful land. And like I love Tennessee. I've been to Tennessee. I love the people there, but it's like you got all like the New York and California people flooding that shit.
Yeah. That in Florida.
That's what's happening in Tennessee too.
Well,
We're getting a lot of people from over there.
I lived in Florida for 3 years. I've been all over Florida. We have family in Florida. We go there all the time. It's like a second home. Here's the thing about Florida I don't like. It's like a death trap. And where you are, you have 2 roads in and 2 roads out. You have 95, which is awful. And then you have 78 on the West Coast, which I love the West Coast. This is where I would be. But like you have 2 roads. It's like, and then you have hurricanes and all this weird shit. It's like, I'm not into it. Not into it.
Volcano that might take it out too.
You heard about how do you feel about that? Is that got you worried?
Like tsunamis and this and the hurricanes. And you know what? I know New York State sucks. I hate this place in so many ways. But like I walk out my door, I have bubbling streams, I have like deer and rabbits and things flying in my face. And it's like I am 45 minutes away from the shit. Like I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to send my kid to public school. I know that. So I don't know. It's like I have water. I have all this beautiful stuff right here. I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is for my family. I do know where I live is very beautiful. And but I also do know that I'm living in this like area that's less desirable politically. But where does it end? You know what I mean? It's like, where does it end? It's not like everyone wants to grab the jab and I'm the only one. There are other people, but it's less than maybe another state.
It's more toward closer to the city.
Exactly. I think Tennessee is about 38% jabbed up or something. So we're there's less people that's got it. You know what I mean? Like
the county I'm in,
but everyone
we are the
California,
lowest.
New York. What's the closest city in Tennessee that you're near?
It's a place called Knoxville.
Oh, that little town. I know that. So everybody from California or New York is like, let's move to Tennessee. There's no state income tax. We can move there. Blah blah blah. So they want the outskirts, but they don't want the other stuff. And you have the same thing happening, which is weird from where I am. So 2 hours north, it's like now it's all. I say it's Brooklynville. It's like you got these weird women. Oh, what's your status? We'll all hang out. It's like, it's weird.
Just wait until next election and watch the cities how they wonder how many of the people from New York are going to influence the votes in Tennessee. And
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So like, as much as I do want to move, I do like, and we may, but I don't know.
There's a couple good spots though, because Tennessee kicks ass, but Missouri does too. So does West Virginia. So we got a couple good spots out here though.
Listen. So my husband is not on YouTube. He's not on Facebook. He would be like, face profile? What's face pro? Like, he has no clue. I said, you should talk to Hutch. He spoke to him the other day. He's like, oh my God, he's like the nicest guy ever. He seems so nice. And I'm I was like, this is like a good person with questions that you have. Like, you need to ask this person. He's like, he should charge money for it. I'm like, well, tell him. Maybe he should. Whatever. The thing is like, where do you go? Where does it end? And I do agree, like Hutch probably, or you guys might be in a better position than me right now. But my husband is also like, we have like really wonderful property and we can hold on to it for a while and we're in a good position, but we're also like in a mecca where I can earn money, but then dip out if I have to. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And sell it off. Hopefully sell it off. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. It's hard because I don't want to invest any kind of money into anything and then wonder, it's
right now.
So I just want to say the good thing with my husband, he set us up where we can invest a little money, but we don't have it's not like, oh, we're paying 30 years and then we're done. You know what I mean? It's like we could sell it if we have to.
Okay.
I don't know. It sucks when you're in New York. I mean, it sucks.
Even up north. Are you guys? That's upstate, kind of, is where you're at. Is that what it would be?
I'm in the Catskills Park, which is a state park, 2 hours north of New York City. We are rural as rural could be. Like, specifically me, I'm like in the most rural part. Like Lake Ferry Pepper, she's in the Adirondacks. She's got like subway and all these like I have nothing around me, which is fine. Okay. I'm like 45 minutes out, which is fine. Like, to me, that's not rural because like 2 hours south is New York City. So if like people start getting crazy, they can just climb up the thruway and be right here. So I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not super worried about that. It's the politics. It's, that's what's worrisome for me. And my husband's like, okay, so like this is where I earn money. He's trying to figure out ways to not earn money in Manhattan. And we're getting there, but it's going to take a little bit. So he's very clever. He's good. I have to admit that. So, but like when you leave New York City, whatever you do, like you're like, oh, I make this much in New York City, and then you leave it 50 miles, it cuts it in half.
Oh yeah.
And that's fine. That's fine if you can like figure out your other thing. Because my husband's like, oh, like I spend more money staying in the city. I spend more money like eating there, and I make him food. I do all this stuff. Like, it's gross. It's a gross atmosphere. So I used to love New York City. I hate that place now. It feels. I'm not really religious, but I feel like it's like an evil place. It's not good.
Yeah, I moved from New York. I was working at I think it was Grand Union grocery store. I don't know if they still have them, but
I used Grand Union. Yeah, that was a grocery store back in the day. Yeah. I do remember that. Grand Union was a grocery store.
I used to make like $1,700 a week there. And then I moved to Tennessee, and I wasn't making that a month. It was a big change, but prices were a hell of a lot cheaper though.
So I mean, my husband's not an idiot. He's like, Allie, like, I do good, but like, I could make half this and move elsewhere. I'm like, do whatever you gotta do. Like, whatever. You know, it's
Y'all,
unfortunate that people are put in these situations, and I don't want to, like, I don't care. We don't care. We are in a blessed situation that we're gonna say, fuck it. We're just, I don't know. Are we gonna live in our caravan? I don't care. Like, we don't care. We plan to homeschool our child. We are not putting our kid in the public school system in New York State. And I'm sorry for whoever is watching. Absolutely not. It's awful. Never in a million years will I do that.
You gotta think them in California probably got the most messed up public school systems.
Yeah. I don't care. And everyone's like, I have friends from high school like, oh, you're different. My little brother is gay, right? He lives in LA. Cool. I went to his wedding. Cool. His husband makes a lot of money, and we had this nice little wedding. Great. We had a lot of fun. I don't care what you fucking want to do, but don't do all this weird shit with my kid.
Yeah, like some of these pride parades they'll have in New York City, they'll be
For
like
a year, for like a month. Like, cool. You want to have
they'll be the
pride
most.
you know, stand it for a day. Why is it a month, a year, or a day? No.
And they'll like be doing like some of the like these parades. They'll be like having sex with each other basically and shit. Like
then my brother was before we stopped talking was like this weird shit. I'm like, nobody cares. When my brother announced it to my family, my mother was like, I don't care. Your sister's going through a divorce. That's more drama than you. Like, we don't care about you, Dan. Like, and I was like, oh, we took, we like, I always say I took his big coming out moment. Who cares? He didn't care. Like, it's weird. All this stuff is weird down.
yeah, because it seems like it's almost like a badge of honor or something.
Yeah.
It's like a badge of like, look at me. I'm like, but there is nothing wrong with gay people. There should be no hate on gay people. But it's the way it's seeming like it's become like a fad to be gay now. It's like it's cool now or something like that. And that's why everybody is wanting to come out and do that.
It's too many labels.
Yeah, I have a cousin who's like that. Yeah, that they love these labels though. They want to be 87 different kinds of things and shit. But
you have to make up a new alphabet just to
yes.
say it now.
Guys, it's getting a little bit late for me. I gotta get up like in like 7 hours. Do you guys want to plug anything in, or you guys got anything?
No,
go to bed.
It was an honor talking to you guys. Catskill, Virginia roots, bushcraft. This is actually the first time me and Catskill have talked. I think second time me and Virginia have talked. But this is probably the most in-depth conversation that I've had with you guys, though, for sure.
But we always say we should do an interview sometime. Like, we always did this.
And then here it is. Yeah, it was awesome. I loved it. It was badass. So it was a free flow. It'd be cool to talk to y'all again in the future, and like anytime you guys are down. I might be playing some reruns of old shows tonight. So if nobody else is live, people can have something they can sleep to and still talk to each other in and shit.
I don't know. I don't know about listening to you and trying to go to sleep at the same time.
Oh God, I know it's like constant like crisscrossing and shit.
No, bushcraft's awesome. We need to just get those wheat videos. Like, where are we at? What do we gotta buy?
Yeah, this was hard, but
well, the thing is that we were talking about today on TJ's, because she went to the store and bought cans of chicken because she did a a chicken thing, and she said the chicken that she used in that was some of her old stuff from that she's rotating out, and she looked at the expiration. It was 2024. The new stuff she just got is 2024.
Wow.
So that means the warehouses we're at the very bottom.
Yeah.
So after that runs out, where's the food going to come from?
I hear that.
I don't know. Just keep prepping. That's all I say.
That's all we got. You got to keep on prepping.
Keep
The food
prepping.
could be your neighbor or something like that.
No.
You know, you don't want it to go to that point, so you gotta keep like.
Just keep prepping. Just keep prepping.
I have I got some info for you guys too before Just Exploring Every Path, also known as Jeep, is going live after this show. So
I have no idea what Jeep means. What's that?
Just Exploring Every Path.
Is that a channel?
Yeah, that's a channel. Yeah, put the link out. Throw the link out. Now Jeep kicks ass though. Jeep throws down on some knowledge though, but yeah, Jeep would be cool. Jeep, see what's good. Was that it? Boom shakalaka. First I hit you, then I drop you. Bop 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 bop.
I'll see you guys soon. Good night.
I'll see you guys. Have a good one.
Bye. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Bye. Thank y'all.
Bye.